No problem. Good. No problem. Hello, hello, hello. I told you we would be back, and we are in fact back. We're almost ready. All right. How we all doing tonight? We ready to jump into some Dune Awakening? See what's going on with the Coriolis storm? Has it been off the whole time, or did it shut off halfway through? I don't even know. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're going to do the audio check for real quick. Bear with me here.
On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation.
We back. We running. I'm not hearing any popping. Let's finish getting this all set up and ready here. Christian Vincent coming in with the sub. I never know if you're here from watching another video, or if you're perhaps here in the live stream, we don't know. But let's go ahead and jump on into some Dune Awakening. Well, that ain't it, is it? There it is. So I don't know what's going on, if it's because I'm in my base, but the sound effects are like off, you know? But you can see the wind's picking up a bit here. Still technically 5 to 11, so it's been 6 hours. There's still like 3 hours left until we're at the apex of this, and basically what we're gonna be doing up until then is just flying around, doing some gathering, getting ready to build up the ornithopters for next week, because we have 25% reduced costs coming up next week, so we're going to be taking full advantage of that, and we need to do some grinding, so we're going to do that for a few hours. Then we're going to be jumping on the second account and flying into the deep desert. We're already actually set up inside of the deep desert, ready to jump back in an ornithopter and fly during the apex of the Coriolis storm. Should be interesting. Let me know if the game audio is too loud, too quiet. Let me know if the mic is too loud or too quiet. I think we're just about ready here. Sorry, we're a bit all over the place. It's been a wild couple days around here. But we're good. We need complex machinery and industrial pumps. And what else? Let's go ahead and take a look. It had a bug in his room. Bug has been vanquished. Now, let us go vanquish some materials, shall we? Again, let me know if the game audio is too loud or too quiet. It was a bit quiet in general inside of that base for some reason. Let me check here. I mean, like, that's cranking to me. Like, when I'm looking at it comparatively, like, that's way up there, you know? Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Bada boom, bada bing. Should be an interesting few hours here. Something else we need to spend some time harvesting, and we might hit them up if we ever see them while we're flying around, is spice fields. We need the spice, man. We've reached the point in time where we need that spice. Where were we at when we found the very easy... It was this one right here. We'll go hit up this one for some complex machinery, and then on our way back we'll get some of the diamond, the dust and stuff, kind of try and make it a loop. Make it a bit of a loop. Our guy's cooking, bro. He's got 3 of them high-level generators. Nice. Very nice. I need to spend 150 duraluminum. I need to remind myself of this. I'm pretty sure I have 150 in the bank. We need to spend that on crafting the medium chemical refinery. I keep forgetting to craft that and blowing all of my duraluminum on these ornithopter parts. The game seems quieter than usual. Oh, I have my headset down a fair bit. Now it's making sense. Damn, bro, we put our heavy darts in the bank. Yeah. There's people here, too. Oh, there's a lot of people here. Why is was my suspensor belt broken too? How did we come so unprepared? What have we done to ourselves here? You know what it was? Is we put all of our stuff up because we were going to go check the deep desert before we bailed. Oh my gosh. I have the key card if I could remember where the door is. But we gotta watch out for Fire Guy. We gotta watch out for Fire Guy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is what I need right here. That's all I'm after. That's all I'm after, you guys. Alright, leave me alone. Leave me alone. That's all we needed, man. Relax. Now I need to go get me my bullets. I mean, we could hit up, you know, just 1 or 2 metal scrap and then be able to craft enough bullets to hit this thing up. So I think that's what I'm going to do. There's no reason not to hit it up on my way. Aside from the suspensor belt, I suppose that's kind of a pain. It just slows us down more than anything. Nice, dude. This is the first time I've ever needed the scanner. Come on, find me some scrap metal. You son of a bitch. I don't even know if this thing scans scrap metal. I never use it. It found water. Shoot.
I see someone.
Oh. Am I even in the right spot? No, I need to go grab the key card from way down there. Was there a point in time where this wind starts hurting you? Guessing like a 30-minute countdown or something, 10-minute countdown or something maybe. Also, I'm guessing they're gonna. This is gonna be when they do their nightly server shutdown. Last time I was awake for one of those, it lasted only about an hour, and they were able to knock that thing out and get everybody back in.
Water is mine.
You done, bro. 4 heavy darts, we'll take it. We gotta be sure not to touch this stupid worm, bro. I lost a good set of inventory stuff and resources to that worm, and I never was able to get it back. You think we can be fast enough? I think we can. Zoom in. You playing on NA? You can't log in? Oh, man, I heard that on X. I saw that post before I logged on. I am on NA. I am. So, honestly, I don't know. I'm so sorry. Can I specifically see? I'm on North America. Yeah. So, earlier, when I was logged on, right when the Coriolis, whatever the hell, was just beginning, we got booted off of this server for like 15 minutes before we were able to log back on. So it's entirely possible that the same thing is kind of going on now with those servers, and we could technically get booted at any point in time. I did see that on X that they had posted. They are aware of it. If you didn't see the post, they're aware of it and they're working on it. Damn it. Twice? Excuse me, sir. Will you stop, like, slight? He disappeared. Yeah, the storm started... At what time is it? It's 11. Yeah, like 6 hours and 20 minutes ago is when it started. And we got booted off, like, 10 minutes before it, like, technically kicked in. But these things last for 9 hours is what I was looking up and finding. So we've got about 3 hours left on it, and I'd imagine that the servers that are down won't be down for long, because this wasn't down for long. But honestly, I don't know. That's me just kind of speculating based off of what I dealt with. They could be dealing with other problems right now, which is why I'm saying I might also get booted off. Might only be a matter of time. Where'd Blade Boy go? What the heck, man? How much health you got? This guy's invincible. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He's quick. He's quick. Oh, now I'm slow.
Shields up.
Come on, bud. Come on. Come on. Yeah, yeah. Nice, dude. We needed rangefinders, so we picked up a few from here. That's big. That might actually allow us to build a rocket launcher for the ornithopter. Huge. Dude, it's been so hot the past few days as well. I'm telling you, it's so crazy where I live at right now. Typically, I'm used to it getting colder when the sun goes down, right? Like, you know, temperature drops at least 10 degrees. Where I grew up, it dropped like 20 degrees down to like 60, 50, 40. It actually gets hotter out here sometimes. The sun goes down and I don't understand what happens, but it gets hotter. It's like this twisted part of the year too, where it happens, the June, July months, and it's just disgusting, bro. It's gross. Temperature should be ashamed of itself for what it's doing right now. Does it not realize that? Jeez Louise, they came flying in. Seriously? We got a double. Oh, you know what? I don't appreciate getting double teamed by you melee freaks here, okay? Oh, one-on-one now, and you think I'm gonna let you heal, bud? All right, you got your bandage off. Whatever. You're lucky. I'm slow. I'm slow. Easy. What is my backpack full with here? Is it full on space or full on weight?
I've got you covered.
Unbelievable. I was just getting ready to say there's a sniper looking at us. I just don't know where. Oh my gosh, and he poisoned us too. Son of a bitch. Poison is ridiculous in this game. If you don't have a health kit and you get poisoned, you are going... Wait, did our poison cure itself? Last time, even when I revived myself, I was still poisoned. Oh, we need the dust and scraps, so I'm gonna clear down here as well. I don't know if there's more chests other than the two I just looted. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you moving so fast for? Goofball.
Who's that?
I got a lot of people looking at me right now. Relax. No, no, no. Blady boy, you want a 1v1? We'll do that all day. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, 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 it's no longer a 1v1, bro. He flipped the script real quick. Come on now. Bring it. I got you up here. Stupid. Where'd the other one go? Done for. Surely there's another chest down here, no? Doesn't look like it. Oh my god, a sniper and a melee. I might be dead here. Oh, we got lucky. The game gave us the boost. Fucking sniper, dude, is so dumb. The poison got me. We're healed of the poison again, though. Maybe it was a bug or something. I swear the other day I was poisoned. I revived myself. It killed me twice. All right, bud. All right, bud. You don't have your sniper covering your back now. All right, you're good. Wow. This guy's been trained well. Not well enough, though, I'm afraid. Predictable, bud. Whoa, 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 whoa. He's got a little bit of reach there. How you still got stamina? I'm out of stamina. Stop it. Stop it. I'm gonna shoot you and teach you a lesson. Big lesson in life right now. Don't bring a blade to a drill shot fight. Hold on, stop. You're too close. Yeah, that's right. Hey, stop it. We taught him a lesson. I think he learned his lesson. I need to fix my suspensor belt, dude. My movement is like genuinely cut in a 1/10 here. We're struggling. Come on. Get me up there. Oh, I'd have just floated right on back to it if I had my belt. During the day, it doesn't look like that bad, but during the night, you can definitely tell it's super dusty out. We also have our graphics, like, cranked almost all the way down. We crank it down, bro. Not even for the sake of frames, just for the sake of not having my computer to catch fire. No. Oh, it was almost the perfect swoop. I need to organize these chests again. It's gotten way out of hand. We've completely lost the plot again. Like, what is that chest doing completely empty? 3 aluminum ore in it, bro. What are we doing in the world? Ridiculous. I'm grabbing a bunch of crap to recycle. Ooh, yeah. Irradiated slag. We need this for something. I forget what we needed that for. But you get that out of the ships inside of Sheol. PvP ships. Speaking of which, that's like something. We've got several things we need to knock out. One of which is making some of those pills so we can go and do Sheol a bit easier. Maybe even crafting the next tier of... Let's figure out where that's at and go hit it. Something just happened.
Instead of invasion. On subversion instead of election. On intimidation.
We'll see it here in a second. We'll see it here in a second. Hey, Aspen Air coming in with a sub over on YouTube. Welcome. We appreciate you being here. I never know if you're here or watching another video. Maybe you're watching an old school RuneScape money making video I put out 4 years ago. You know what? It doesn't matter. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you joining. Welcome. You've been recognized, regardless of where you're at. You might even never know that you got recognized. Oh yeah, let's go find the spice. We need the spice. Looking for a big cloud. Well, it's about water harvesting time. Let's go put this back. Let's get some water down. And let's check our ores and stuff too. Let's take a quick peek at the ores. We have no ores to craft. We have nothing to use our water on, so technically we don't really need to even... We don't even need to farm water, which is fine, because we actually need to farm out. I made a notepad of it yesterday. Did I save that thing? Oh, M5 thought. Someday when I'm dead, my wife is going to go through my computer and have to decipher the shorthand of how I name files, and I'm telling you now, it's indecipherable. I can't even decipher it. None of it makes sense. 2 years from now, N5 Thop, what's that gonna mean? Oh, it's what I need. It's all of the materials I need for the M5 Ornithopter. And what's funny is the thumbnails I make get named in the most absurd shorthand, dude. Oh, it's crazy. I'll have to show it one of these days. I'll be right back. What do I need to do? We need some spice. We need some complex machinery. We've got the notepad out. What else do we need? Pistons. How many pumps do I need? I need 12 pumps per ornithopter here. How many ornithopters am I crafting? We got one. I need 3 more. How many do I have? I've only got 30 pumps, 12, 24, 36. I need more pumps. I need more dust. 2, 4, 6. I actually have enough complex machinery, believe it or not. I need more dust. I need more pumps.
On infiltration.
Hey, something just happened on Twitch. Jen Joy coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're having a good night. Welcome. Good to see ya. It's been a bit of a weird day with us, so bear with me. Been a bit of a weird day for me, so bear with me here. But yeah, we're good. We're glad to see you. Welcome. All right, back to the notepad. What was I needing here? We have enough of these cervix. Duraluminum, we need 300 duraluminum for 1 ornithopter, so we need more of that as well. Oh, coming in from a RuneScape 3 Leagues video. No way, dude. Wow, that's wild. On how it's going to work, especially with auras already existing and stuff. Dude, it's killing me that they're not releasing more information on Leagues. Like, where is the Leagues information, dude? they know, they damn well know people like to theorycraft, bro. Like, I don't know. They announced leagues and then they went dead silent on leagues. And I would have expected, I don't think it's going to actually end up being that complicated of a league, if I'm going to be honest. Like, this is my honest opinion on how I feel about it now. It just can't be. Let's go ahead and jump in our buggy and go mine some aluminum while I talk about this, because it just cannot be that complicated of a league. I didn't repair my suspensor belt. That's great. Um, Otherwise, they would have been talking about it. They would have been talking about it by now. If there was going to be league restrictions or region restrictions, I think it's just going to be a very straightforward league where it's fully open. The game's fully open, and they're just going to add in relics and tasks that you need to complete for points. So they're going to just add in relics that are stronger than the auras. Because to be honest, the auras that are inside of RuneScape 3 are really nothing compared to what the old school RuneScape relics were, if that makes sense. Like, the old school RuneScape relics changed the game in a way that is, like, so crazy for old school that I'd imagine jumping into RuneScape 3, it's going to be, like, almost... I think it's going to be similar. I bet you see a lot of relics actually transition over from RuneScape, old school RuneScape leagues into RuneScape 3. But yeah, it'll be interesting. It's killing me that they're not dropping more information on it. It genuinely is. I used to be checking like every day for it, and I finally stopped because I was like, they've just completely ghosted this topic. And I was putting together that series where I was breaking down each region, because to me the most fun part about leagues is the fact that bits and portions of the game are like restricted, so you have to really game plan out how you're gonna go about completing the league. You know what I'm saying? Or what you want to accomplish and what you're willing to walk away from. But hopefully they drop some information soon. I don't think they're gonna run region restrictions. I don't think that, I think it's just gonna be a straightforward league. Yep, it's just gonna be a task list. Oh, you know what? That's actually a good idea right there. I like that. That would be decent. Something like that would still give me room to theorycraft. Because like another reason why I don't like I didn't like the RuneScape old school RuneScape league that wasn't region locked was because there was like not a whole lot of room to theorycraft, because it was basically like speedrun RuneScape, which is, I don't know, weird. But if you're speedrunning in a way to like unlock a region to do this, that, or the other, your options and things that you can do and ways that you can go and routes you can take open up, which make it more fun to kind of try and plot out the best way to do it. But if we're talking about the regions needing tasks to unlock, and like maybe you get to pick which region you unlock first, that's actually, I like that. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Like, you start off with like the Misthalin region, but you get 100 points from tasks, and you can pick between one of the 7 other regions. Yes, dude. I wonder what region people would pick last. I think I'd go... See, I haven't played RuneScape 3 in so long. I'm almost like gonna have to put together a plan a little bit in the dark, and based off of just what information I can find online or on the wiki, or online specifically, because the wiki for RuneScape 3 sucks for some reason. Regardless, hopefully they give us some bit of information soon, because I think it's a good idea. I think it's a really good idea to port leagues over to RuneScape, and I think another idea that they could maybe do, and I don't know if this would work, because PvP inside of RuneScape 3 is dumb. Man, even I used to PvP in RuneScape 3 in the Legacy mode. I remember I smited a Noxious bow, and I was so freaking stoked, dude. I used to be broke. I was a broke boy in that game. We smited that Noxious bow. It was like 200 mil at the time. Frackin' walked out of there loaded. But the point is, like, I don't know, PvP's weird, but I'm thinking like a Legacy-only mode, Deadman mode next year. You know what I'm saying? And things like this kind of bring in the old school RuneScape crowd, which for some reason are just unwilling to give the game a shot. Because I think RuneScape 3, for what it is actually a decent game. I totally agree. I couldn't agree more. I'm surprised they're not talking about it and promoting it more. To be fair, it's coming out after the area expansion, correct? It's coming out after something. I was actually wondering this same question myself the other day, so I went and looked at the roadmap, and I was like, how far off is the leagues actually? And there's something else really big in RuneScape 3 coming out before Leagues does. Dude, they probably totally did announce it with like zero actual effort or thought put into what the actual ramifications of announcing it meant, you know what I mean? After a mascot is at the boss, I know it was something big, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe they're like holding off on it. That actually just scared me. Maybe they're holding off on announcements until after they release or talk about whatever is coming out before it. I don't frickin' know. I don't follow RuneScape 3 all that much, but I know when they announced Leagues, I was really excited because I have a maxed combat account on RuneScape 3, and when it comes to like stats and stuff, it's not sitting in a terrible spot. It's got like invention and stuff unlocked and whatnot. We've played a lot of the game. And like I said, I like RuneScape 3 for what it is. Not so I've played RuneScape since way back in the day, bro, since before Evolution of Combat. So Evolution of Combat happened, and I, just like everybody else, ended up quitting playing the game not long after. I gave Evolution of Combat a good chance, but I ended up quitting the game not long after. And I quit not because I didn't like the skills. I quit mainly because I thought the skills sucked, bro. The skill system sucked. It just wasn't a good system. Then I came back to RuneScape years later. My wife, actually, I was talking to her about how I used to play the game, and she was like, well, you should check it out again. So she talked me into playing again, actually, and that opened up a whole can of worms, which actually led to this whole YouTube channel, to be honest. That's a whole nother story, though. But when I came back to RuneScape 3, they had refined the evolution of combat to a point where it actually felt decent, you know? And then with the legacy mode, gave you a bit of like an old school feel if you weren't doing anything serious, or the revolution mode that auto runs the spells for you. But it wasn't even just those either. It was more so the fact that they had just smooth. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get the frick in here. I don't know what this guy, I don't know where he goes. Where does he go? Where does he go? Okay, I think he's gone. I think we're good. They refined the skills. They made them feel better, feel more impactful. They made it just feel better. I dug the game when I came back to it. So I feel like all the old school players who are tainted from their past experience should, you know, give it a shot. So I think these are good. Rewards include new tier 95 weapons and armor, and the next necromancy siphon. I've only barely just dipped my toes into necromancy. My kid actually started playing RuneScape 3. You know what I realized watching my kid play RuneScape 3 is it's not MMOs that are the problem anymore. It's the fact that we're older and how we play MMOs. Like New World, for example. That just MMOs will never be the same, bro, because he plays RuneScape 3 how I used to play old school RuneScape when I was just about his age, bro, doing nothing and having an absolute fucking blast, dude. So it's wild. Yeah, you quit shortly after EOC, played the new skills here or there, but you never tried EOC until you heard. Oh yeah, man, I'm telling you, RuneScape 3 has really refined the whole evolution of combat system to a point where it's really nice, even before they came out with Invention and before they came out with Necromancy, because I was playing the game when they added Invention to the game. That's when I was actively playing it. But even before they came out with that, it was to a point where it was like, this is actually like a fun way to play. Another thing that kind of concerns me with leagues is that RuneScape 3 is much less grindy, even in the main game, than old school, obviously. So if you start adding boosters to that, it's going to get freaking insane. I'm just picturing, and this is my old RuneScape 3 brain, so this probably isn't even the current best in slot training method, but I'm just picturing taking like a two-handed sword with the spinning ability that hits all the AoE around you out into the dungeon where all the abyssal walkers are at that you teleport from the wilderness. Bro, that's where I used to AFK train my melee when I was building up my my PKing accounts in RuneScape 3. And it was some freaking good experience per hour, bro. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't good experience per hour. Now we add boosts to that, and I'm walking out of there with 99 in attack, strength, and defense in hours, right? It's going to be wild. That's why they need to give us some freaking information. A Maskit Goddess of Destruction is an upcoming boss to be released on August 4th. That's coming right before the, that's coming right before Leagues. July, August. That's coming in August, September. Dude, it's got to be within like the next month or two that they give us some freaking information on Leagues, honestly. It's been driving me nuts. But I've convinced myself that it's not going to be region locked and that it's also not going to be that complicated of a league. Because they probably want old school RuneScape players to come and give the game a shot. And if they do region locks, bro, they won't be able to give the whole game a shot. That's what I've been talking about in all of the videos. I'm like, dude, region locks are going to be weird because of the whole archaeology system and a few of the other systems that are in RuneScape. But it could still work. And honestly, those systems would just force you to make harder choices, right? You know, like, are you going to have to use XP lamps in order to unlock archaeology? I don't know if there's a quest to even unlock archaeology in the first place, but let's say there's not, and now you didn't pick Al Kharid, so you picked the wilderness, and you need level 20 archaeology to train it in the wilderness, so now you're using experience lamps, bro. It's like, the theory crafting goes wild as soon as you add in the region lock system, which is why I truly enjoy leagues. But, yeah, chances are this is a big promotional thing here. I'm down for it, though. It's going to be fun. Oh, yeah, the quests, too. You're so right. Oh, fuck, dude. They better get that right. That'll be the one thing that actually kills an old-school RuneScape player's experience. If they don't do the quest unlock system right. So in RuneScape 3, let me get this aluminum smelting. In RuneScape, in old-school RuneScape leagues, they do like an auto quest unlock system that unlocks the majority of quests for you as you progress. So you don't have to spend time doing that, and you can actually spend time progressing into the game. But even the quests that you have to do, old school RuneScape players have become accustomed to Quest Helper, which is absolutely needed. Quests are the worst thing in the world. Nobody likes doing quests, and if you like doing quests, you're a freak. You're an absolute freak. And there's no quest helper in RuneScape 3, bro. So if you think these people are going to be happy going back to their ways of jumping into the... See, it still seems loud, bro. Is this Ornithopter loud? Am I having to talk over this thing? I feel like I'm fighting this Ornithopter. But then if I turn it down... See, that's like cranked way down. And then the second I get out of the Ornithopter and I start walking around, it's going to be like... Is this game volume even on? I don't know. Let me know if this is too quiet. Let's go get some pumps, because I know we need pumps. The no quest helper inside of RuneScape 3 is going to absolutely kill the experience for old school RuneScape players if they don't do the quest unlock system right. So honestly, I would agree with you. I would say unlock every single quest. Almost just from the start, bro. But I hate questing. I hate questing so much. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. That's actually one thing that's lacking on my RuneScape 3 main. If I got on my RuneScape 3 main, we've got 99 strength, attack, range, defense, not necromancy, but I've got like 250 quest points. I've got no access to Priftiness. I've never stepped in Priftiness on that account, bro. I just can't be asked. Unlock every quest and make the quest thing in Barak useless. Aw, man. How you gonna make that thing how about you just give us all a big boost right at the start? just let it ride, bro. As a matter of fact, that is so far out, isn't it? Oh. Yeah, let's just go get some pumps. As a matter of fact, let it work for just like the first couple hours so I can go slide in and talk to Meg, I think her name is, get them things, and then, then cut it off. In true RuneScape 3 fashion, like really mess it up in the beginning. Like they did with the fresh start worlds where people were like sneaking in a ton of fish and stuff, a ton of materials and shit. Like, and I mean a ton of materials on the fresh start worlds. And and I never picked up my heavy darts, dude. What are we doing, man? That's what we went back to the base for. We did so many things after that, and still we just, damn it. Oh, there's so many people over here too. I'm getting ready to walk into. We got to find some heavy darts, and we'll be fine. I forget what I was talking about. I never fixed my thing either. Oh my gosh, what are we doing? Just setting ourselves up for failure. 10 industrial pumps, though. That's big. Gotta be careful, because there's a lot of them, like, right here. Need an ammo box, please. Yeah, there's one. Where's the big guy? Where's the big guy? No, no one's here. No, we hit that shot. Run, we're dead. It's over, game over, bro. We've got no suspensor belt. We've got no bullets. We've just attracted this whole army onto our frickin' tail here. Whoa, I didn't expect him to come out. We got 2 bullets. Gotta get rid of that guy. What just hit me? Oh, no. He didn't have any bullets on him, dude. What are the chances, bro? Oh, my gosh. This is a problem. This is actually a problem. We went from, like, maybe in a problem to... What is this guy doing, bro? Frickin' AI running into walls. Oh, my gosh. Oh, we hear a fire guy behind us, too. Oh, and the lag, the rubber band. Oh, we got out of that barely. Okay, hold on. See, easy, bro. Just massive amounts of focus, no luck involved, just pure skill and a lot of running, and you're fine. Easy as pie. Yeah, hopefully they give us some information soon, because it's been driving me nuts. Relics are, I would, so RuneScape 3 and old school RuneScape, this is what drives me nuts about the old school RuneScape community. They literally don't freaking realize. Something just happened. The old school RuneScape community literally doesn't realize how much stuff was yoinked from RuneScape 3 and then put into old school RuneScape. So it's like they complain about RuneScape 3, then they're like, yeah, throw in a bunch of shit that was from RuneScape 3 into old school. I don't know, bro. But, hey, Mario, coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Welcome. I'd imagine that it's going to be a lot of old school RuneScape League relics just ported over into RuneScape 3. Bet there's going to be a lot of similar relics. You guys really going to come all the way out here for me, huh? The apex of the Coriolis. Oh my god, that freaked me out. I thought it said 4 minutes. The apex of the Coriolis storm will hit Arrakis in 4 hours. Longer than I thought, but that's all right. We'll be good for 4 hours. We're good to go for 4 hours here. Relax, buddy. Relax, 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 relax. Look at this dude. What is he doing? He's just staring at the wall. Uh-oh. I'd imagine it's going to be 90% of the same relics. There's probably maybe with like the slightest of tweaks to make it fit RuneScape 3, right? Because there's probably a few things in RuneScape 3 that they probably in all a lot of the relic ideas that old school RuneScape got probably in all reality came from items in RuneScape 3 that can help kind of like tweak that, but then they just got cranked to the max. So they might have to come up with some new ones, you know what I'm saying? Because you're right, like if a relic is just an aura, but an aura cranked to the max, like is it really that game changing? What is going on, bro? I just like want some bullets, you guys. I need some scrap metal. I'm done hunting for bullets. We're gonna go walk out of here and find some frickin' scrap metal somewhere so we can craft some. I don't know why we didn't do this earlier. Yeah, magic note paper is the banker's note. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. Did I get salvaged metal from that? I don't even know. I did. Alright, that's a freaking game changer. What's this? I don't even want to listen to it. The voice acting in this game on those recorders is so bad. I can't tell if it's the voice actors or the writing, but I think it's both. Nice, huge miss. Followed up by a massive shot right to the dome. Easy takedown. And now we got bullets for... Whoa, whoa! Got bullets for days, we're fine, but we're not fine to jump right into the face of the fire guy. We lost our mind? Missed both of them. Absolutely freaking ridiculous. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on. All right, we should be able to clear this, no problem. Walk out of here with a bunch of these industrial pumps. Yeah, leagues will be fun. I'm massively looking forward to leagues. I hope they come out, and I don't know, is there a Dead Man mode coming out this year too? They just did the All-Stars. And I watched the All-Stars, or I watched a lot of the All-Stars actually, surprisingly. I didn't watch last year's, and I didn't think I would enjoy this year's, but I did. I did. It was crazy. It was crazy. And I can't keep up with the way people PvP in old school RuneScape nowadays. And I think it's become plagued with, obviously, PvP bots and whatnot. Which is why I think All-Stars was so fun to watch. Whoa, 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 sniper, man. Okay, I can't just go missing 3 shots on Sniper Man, or yet we're going to take one. So apparently they've been updating the wiki so to have area icons, so maybe it will be region locked. Dude, I freaking hope so. Them not region locking it, I think, would be the biggest mistake. I think it makes sense to not region lock it in the sense of like your marketing, and the whole reason for this leagues is to probably try and get people playing RuneScape 3, right? Give it a shot is probably what they're thinking. Like, hey, old school players, you might like this. So locking regions and complicating everything is a bit weird, but I mean, hell, if they do a region lock system, those videos might start popping off, bro. We'll have the first playlist out breaking down every single region, bro. But yeah, we haven't broke down the last 2 because I've convinced myself that they're not going to region lock it. But, you know, maybe they just give us some freaking massive post that just goes over everything all at once. They're like, here's this, here's how this is going to work, and yeah, we're region locking this bitch. Prepare. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping for the old school RuneScape to drop a Dead Man mode this year. Like I said, I can't, you know, my type of PKing back in the day was never hybrid PKing. You know what we called, you know what we called, man, what did we call these people? I can't think of it, so I don't even want to finish my sentence because I can't think of what we called them. Not no honor, because that's obviously like what it's called nowadays. People that used to fight with barrage and prayers, and they were just, you know, they were the losers of the wilderness. Reptile with sad hum. Have you played old school leagues? Good fun. Yeah, old school leagues is about all I play in that game anymore. Old school leagues and old school Dead Man mode is about all I have fun with. I used to get down, whoa, whoa, whoa. I used to get down with PKing. We played a PK inside of RuneScape, basically, and like I said, it's just become so infested with bots, and it's been so neglected by Jagex that last time I was playing RuneScape seriously was when Bounty Hunter came out. And we had some good fun with Bounty Hunter in the beginning, but you know, they just don't take PvP seriously. They never freaking have. House burst drill shot. This might be good. It's only aluminum, but it still might be good. Yeah, I was also as excited as I was to see a RuneScape 3 leagues, because like I said, I don't mind playing RuneScape 3. I like it. So I'm excited to see what they do with the leagues. I was also disappointed to find out that there wasn't an old school leagues. I'm always obviously looking forward to that. It's a good fun. You're locked to Amethyst until Pet, unless there's a league. You agree? There seems like PvP community. They do get the short end of the stick. And in old school RuneScape, it doesn't help with the polling system. So I've been an advocate of removing the polling system for a long time. Maybe archaeology is auto leveled to 20. That's a good point. They 100% could do something like that, similar to how they do. What's 20? Does that get you to Varrock? Doesn't that get you to Varrock? Because I've done a bit of some archaeology. I don't remember what level of archaeology I got to. I wasn't actively playing when it came out, but I came back to dick around with it. It was good. Frickin' terrible timing on my part. In a short, you mentioned the sand bike nuke. Is that a way to craft it early? Do you have a video on it? Sand bike nuke. In a short, you mentioned the sand bike nuke. Is there a way to craft it early? So my best video to break down getting the sand bike early would probably be the refined speedrunning video that I put out right before the full launch of Dune Awakening. I think we pretty in detail went how we were gonna get the sand bike, because unfortunately they've removed the sand bike spawns inside of the South Haga Basin. So I don't know what short you're talking about specifically, but if it was talking about the sand bike spawn, there used to be a sand bike that spawned right here, and the idea was to be the first here. But that doesn't spawn there anymore. So in reality, you have to come and craft. You have to get like 390 copper, X amount of salvage, and then roll through here and basically build a bike. But you can get it done. I think on our day one of the full launch speed run, where we implemented the refined speedrunning strategy, we got the bike in like less than 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes, we had that bike crafted. So I would say the refined speedrun is probably your best way to get all the way to the Ornithopter, actually, because the early access playthrough we did, it took us like 36 hours to get an Ornithopter. And then we refined that strategy coming into the full launch, and we took that 36 hours and knocked it down to just over 16. I never timed it out, but it was definitely under 17 hours, and we were up in the sky flying around with an Ornithopter, so. As a solo, too. Entirely solo. Not a person in sight. Not a person with a helping hand. I think we've just about looted everything here. And I lied, because there's some loot right there. Some spice over there, actually. Getting rubber band, though. I'm getting big lag over here. Pretty sure there's a big guy over here as well. Gotta watch out. Nice. 12 pumps. Massive. Locked until Amethyst Pet. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. Unless there's a league. Boom. Maybe it's region locked, but only the regions on old school RuneScape are locked. So I'm assuming, like, with Daemonheim, it's a good question as to what they'll do with the dungeoneering. That'll probably be, like... That probably, in all reality, will be an auto-unlocked region, but they could still tie that to the wilderness to give the wilderness more appeal. But you can shut PvP off in RuneScape 3, which is crazy, bro. I'm thinking it's going to be like Anachronia. So you have Anachronia in RuneScape 3, and then you have Fossil Island in old school RuneScape. Oh, wow! Would you look at they share a lot of similarities. And I'd imagine in every league, in every old school RuneScape league, Fossil Island has been auto-unlocked. So I'd imagine Anachronia is going to be the same. It's just going to be a region that's auto-unlocked. Daemonheim is completely different, though. I don't even know that's how you pronounce it, but that's what I've always called it. What do you do about Necro in the city? I have so little idea how to train Necromancy in this game. So like I said, my kid's been playing the game, and he found the Necromancy portal, and he was like, this is so cool. You got to get on and check it out. And so I got on, and I was like, all right, show me the city of and whatnot. And he showed me, and we did like the first quest or whatever, and I didn't train anything after that. I honestly have no freaking idea what's going on with that skill at all. I don't know. It's all trained in the city of isn't it? I like asked him, but he's 7, so he doesn't know. He's like, yeah, it's all trained right here. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. For when I was looking at it, it looked cool though, like honestly. I've heard a lot of people saying a lot of good things about it as well. So we needed diamond dust as well. Let's go see if that possibly respawned. Go hit up some diamond dust on our way back. You can also level it like a normal combat style as well, huh? So you get experience when you're fighting with necromancy. I don't know what spells there are to cast with necromancy. It's stuff like that why I'm really excited for this league, because I haven't played RuneScape 3 legitimately in dude, it's probably been like 2 years at least since we've like played RuneScape 3 in any sort of legitimate manner. I know we came back for the fresh start worlds, but we didn't play those for long, especially after we found out that they just let these people fly in with thousands of resources and then just let it slide. It was whack. So there's a lot that I want to explore in RuneScape 3. Hold on. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it's alright. I thought this was actually a enemy base when we were flying by it. Like, look. It's nice, but that is, like, so off-center of the rock. You really want to get that in the center of the circle there. And I know that would make it off-center from your base, but that's fine, you know? Build out, like, a nice little decking over here. Have that offshoot just to make it center on the rock because it looks a little weird. But other than that, I like that you're trying to not just be a box. So I can appreciate it. Oh, they got a little downstairs, too? Okay. Okay. They're trying. They're trying really hard not to be a box. I can appreciate that. Finding new things every day. Last time you played was when Necromancy came out and you didn't enjoy it. You just started feeling it out for leagues, and I'm lost on a lot of things still. Oh my gosh. RuneScape 3 has a steep learning curve. Freaking steep, dude. It's actually wild. And I'm not very good at PVM inside of RuneScape 3. I'm not, bro. Like, I never freaking was. I played a PK, bro. I PvP, bro. That's why when Evolution of Combat came out, it really rubbed me the wrong way. And it was like the 5th time they had just, like, kicked PKers in the shins, dude. But I played a PK. So we jump into, like, trying to take down even a Raxor inside of RuneScape 3. Bro, I struggle with that shit, dude. I really do. Granted, I've always, like I said, I've been a broke boy, so I haven't been able to afford the best gear. Give me a minute. Yeah, RuneScape 3's learning curve is really steep, and its questing requirement is actually really thick as well. So that'll be interesting, actually, to see how that plays out. That whole dynamic there. The amount of abilities and the amount of like abilities that are worthless and end up wasting your time, and it's like, I don't know, it'll be weird. Backpack full? Are you freaking serious? I was trying to. No, it was in old school. I think it was an old school. Fuck, was it in old school? It couldn't have been in old school because I don't have a main in old school that could even take on the Inferno. But I think I was trying to do the Inferno in RuneScape 3, bro, and I was nowhere close, dude. Nowhere close. It's shit gear, though. Also, that might have been in leagues last year. I might be remembering like from last year. But I was picking up B film for old school, or for RuneScape 3 when I was making all those videos about leagues. So I might have given that a shot a couple times and gotten my face stomped in the ground. We should be getting information soon. Realistically, July, they're probably going to put out information about the Masket boss. And then August. So, probably not until the boss, unfortunately. Nice try, pal. Better luck next time. There's usually 2 snipers here. Where's the other one? Oh, there he is. I think these guys just spawned in. Where you at? Wait. Let me reload, okay. Oh, and he does actually have drops. That's something I think that'll take a lot of people off guard in RuneScape 3, is the amount of things that actually are profitable and have drops. Like, I was, like, all excited about a 200 million Noxious Bow, but in reality, that is nothing in RuneScape 3. I think at this point in time, I spent a lot on bonds, getting all that B film, but, 250 million RuneScape 3 is nothing, bro. Ain't nothing. What can we drop? We have a spark sword, so we don't need that. We're recycling these vehicle parts. I used to just leave them, but it's honestly better to recycle them. I think last time we were here, we went all the way down to see if there was loot, and there wasn't anything down there, so we're not even going to waste our time. I believe we're like 3.5 hours away from the apex of the Coriolis storm. Coriolis. Which one is it? Either way, we're 3.5 hours away from the apex of it hitting. We're going to be spending that 3.5 hours here grinding out resources and whatnot, and then as the apex is getting ready to hit, we're going to be swapping over to the other account and jumping into the deep desert, where we're going to hopefully see what it's like to fly in the apex of the storm. I don't know how long it apex is for before it boots you off and does the server reset. We'll find out. Perfect in. The perfect in. Oh! I can't believe we even got in. Okay, first off, I thought we were going to smash the wall. Was not the perfect in, but it was in. That's for sure. We're in. Everybody knows. We're in. I dumped my freaking water bottle in there. It is. All right, bro, I gotta stand up. Let me know. Did we just cause a bunch of static with the mic? This freaking plug that I have hooking into the mic sometimes. I don't know what it does. It's like something with the wire interferes and it causes like this weird pop, pop, pop noise. Are we popping? Oh, good. Brilliant. Well, let me know if it starts popping, but we should be good. What's next? Let's take a look here at what we have compared to what we need. Where's the notepad? Let's pop that bad boy out. All right, so we need duraluminum, and we've got aluminum smelting. We need 300 of those per ornithopter, and I need 300 more, or 3 more. So I need 900 total, which is a freaking ass load. Also, I need 150 for the chemical refinery. That's got to go down first. Power regulator, where is that? I need 7 of those. 7, 14, 21. We're good on those. Capacitors. Good on those. We're good on the complex machinery. What about the diamond? Did we fill out there? 20, 40, 60. Just enough. Where's my carbide scraps? Perfect, dude. So literally, I think we're just on duraluminum, and that's not including, so we need We need stuff for the rocket launcher as well. You know we also needed for this thing? Damn, bro, we just keep adding to the list. It just never freaking ends. 35 spice melange. Dude, I forgot. I just saw that as a requirement for one of my recipes, and I said, oh shit, that's why we didn't craft the refinery yesterday. We can make... Whoa, 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 bro. Has the 25% already counted, bro? Because this used to be 100. This used to be 100 per, and now it's 75. Check it out. Comb, a new decree has been issued. It's on. It's on. Oh my gosh, it's been a while since we've had a bot come into our Twitch account. We require them to be verified to avoid the fricking spam bots and the people come in trying to sell you their art. They're like, buy my art. Buy my bots. Buy my art. It was a verified account. Buy my art. Topper. Topper, are you an artist? If Topper's an artist, he is dedicated, bro. He's been here for days, dude. He ain't playing. Let's take a look at this, dude. No way I have to talk to all of these people to even reveal their request. Okay, we finally understand what these people are for in the process of the Landsrad. He takes it serious. Yeah, he locks in. He finds a customer he wants. He locks in. That's funny, dude. That's funny. Typically, the artists are really easy to spot because they're like, "I like this game," or no, sorry, they're like, you look like you're having fun playing this game. I've never seen this game before. What's it about? Ask you like really vague questions. I like this stream. Okay, so you guys are all right. People are well aware of what these guys look like. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we had to turn on verified, but I heard that's the best way to get rid of them, and they actually completely drive me nuts, dude. They drive me nuts. What are we doing here? We need to get spice mainly, but we also... Oh, let's take a look at our aluminum. I hate... Bro, like... I have a Discord, but the only reason I have a Discord is if a game forces me to get on Discord to figure out what's going on with their news. Like, some games will have... some games, their Discord will be like... We have 360 aluminum plus... How many was crafting? 225, so we have 500 and we need 900 total. So we almost have all of the aluminum that we need crafting, which is big. But crafting 900 duraluminum is going to take so much water, dude. That's going to end up chokeholding us. We need jasmium as well and the spice melange. So one thing at a time here. Let's go maybe knock out some jasmium and also see if we can't... let's find some spice while we're flying around. Get a little spicy. I just don't like Discord, but that's because I'm old, man. I'm old. Got that old man syndrome when it comes to Discord. When I played Throne and Liberty, actually, I jumped on Discord with the guild that I was running with. And that was fun. That's why we might actually jump in to guild guild play eventually inside of Dune Awakening. Because I had a lot more fun in the guild versus guild combat than I ever anticipated I would. I expected more with the Coriolis storm. We still have 3 hours left, so this thing might really start to pick up. And who knows what the apex is going to look like. And also, to be entirely fair, we've got our graphics cranked down. Dirty Feet crew, how's it going? How are you doing today? How many times am I going to forget to fix my suspensor belt? I should have crafted some iodine pills before we came out here as well. That's right, live and learn. All right, I think we got time for one more. I died out here one time to the radiation, and I didn't get a death box. I don't know if it was a bug or what, but I never got a death box. I lost everything that was... I didn't lose my gear, but I lost all of the resources that I had on me, money, any of the schematics I was carrying. So we don't play around with this radiation no more, man. We are for sure not to get stuck in it. The spinning clouds are making me dizzy. Oh, such a good question, Joy. Such a good question. Jen or Joy or Jen Joy. Saw someone else lose their stuff to the sludge thing also. Yeah, so I did die in the sludge. Might be some kind of acid mechanic. That's totally true. It was in the sludge where I died of radiation. It's like when the devs say that the only time you can lose all of the stuff, all of your resources. I guess they were talking gear, and I didn't lose my gear. I lost all of my resources, though, with no death bag. So that's possible. I don't want to test it out, though. The point of this game really is just like a survival game, bro. It's just a survival game that's based in, like, multiplayer. So if you're not into survivals, it would, like, be hard to get into games like this. The best game that I have to compare it to is Once Human. It's a multiplayer survival as well, which is an aspect of it that I personally enjoy. Just being on a server with a bunch of other people where I can build up a base and force those people to gaze upon my base as they drive by it. Excellent. But there's PvP endgame, and the endgame's really in a wonky spot right now with Dune Awakening, so there's a lot up in the air as to what the actual point of this game is. But for me struggling to explain what the point is, I have put in such a freaking ridiculous amount of hours to this game. Like an actual absurd amount. So I can't stop playing, man. Like, I just can't stop playing. Is this thing getting eaten by the sludge? Excuse me. I don't want to lose an ornithopter here. Kind of like Rust, yeah. In a way. Especially in the PvP aspect of the deep desert. Also not, in a way, like Rust. A lot more grindy than Rust. But that kind of makes sense because Rust be running like those monthly wipes. This game is persistent. There's not going to be any gear wipes, any like massive server wipes, anyways. At least there's not anticipated to be. That's what I'm saying too. That's why I can get down on. That's why I can get down on the grinds as well. I'm right there with ya. It's not just the grind, though. It's like the, it's like if you're not into the survival, crafting, base building aspect. Because if you don't like base building in this game, then you're really, what are you grinding for? To get better guns, to kill stuff faster? Well, the PvE inside of Dune Awakening is lacking, bro. So it's like, I don't know. If I had to suggest somebody who has never played a multiplayer survival game or doesn't play them often to pick one up, I honestly would suggest Once Human. Even though that game has me tilted. That's a really good game that just kind of like threw itself down a toilet because they refused to come out with new scenarios, and instead of developing actually new content, they just develop new cosmetics that they sell inside of $200 loot boxes, because at the end of the day, it's a NetEase game, and that's what the hell you're going to get from a NetEase game. Just sucks, because Once Human is fun, bro. It's a really, really good game. And the PvE inside of that game is freaking insane. It's the most creative PvE I've seen in a while. PvP's weird. PvP's in a weird spot, and I haven't watched a whole lot of it, so I can't like really give, and it's like more so guild versus guild focused inside of Dune as well. So I can't give my full thoughts on what PvP is actually like inside of Dune Awakening, and if it's good or bad. I've heard a lot of complaints about it, but honestly, I have no experience. The PvE inside of this game is one-dimensional in that you're fighting humans, and the humans, the only difference between them is some of them have shields and run at you with knives, some of them have assault rifles, some of them have shotguns. That's about it. There is no like special enemies. There's a worm that chases you down, but that's not. Whereas in Once Human, you go into one town and you have a giant boss that's got 7 different balloons on his head, and you got to pop each one of the different balloons, pop, 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 and there's zombies all over the place, and there's these umbrella ladies flying around. It's crazy, bro. So if I were to suggest playing a multiplayer survival, I would start with Once Human, even though like I said, that game has me tilted. Yeah, that's about what happens when you see the worm as you scream. That about checks out. Where do I craft iodine pill? Oh, nope, not here. Let us figure that out, because that would help us out here mining this jasmium. I'm sick of running back and forth. Survival fabricator. Agave seeds, great. Even though the PvE is so one-dimensional in this game, bro, I'm telling you, I still have a blast. It'll eventually get old, though. Like, don't get me wrong. I am somewhat concerned with how the end game loop plays out, and it's honestly starting to become apparent. You're seeing more and more people, because it takes a little while to get into the end game unless you're trying to speed run the game with a stupid strategy like I was, or you're a guild, right? It really does take a while to get up into this end game loop here. And once you get there and realize it's run out into the deep desert, which is a massive area where you hardly run into PvP in the first place. And when you do, the PvP's kind of jank, where you have people with ornithopters basically just bullying you, bro. And if you get out of your ornithopter, it's basically whoever has the height advantage and the rocket advantage is going to win. And if you get out of your ornithopter, people just crush you with that damn thing. They just take their ornithopter and they land on you and you're dead. Boom. One tap. Which is kind of lame. So PvP is weird, but I haven't experienced it enough. One of the deep desert testing stations apparently is a horde mode PvE survival waves kind of thing. And even in Duraluminum with a party was hard, so endgame could end up being something like that also. Yeah, but I've heard that. And that is the kind of content that a solo is really just not going to be able to do. You guys were in full Duraluminum and it was still hard as well. That really sucks. Yeah, because I knew the wave content. I forgot to do my suspensor belt again. I knew the wave content was there. I didn't do heavy. Why? I keep putting these things away because they're in a chest. So when I go through every chest, I just put them away. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm just here for the agave seeds, actually. I'm not here to fight. What am I doing? I don't know if they're below me or what. I was arguing with somebody in my comments. Not so much arguing, but they had brought that up. And I had jokingly said, like, they were like, you're not going to be able to solo this in the deep desert because it's in the wave-based format and it's built for teams of 4. And I said something along the lines of, like, I am a team of 4. Something stupid like that, right? But in the back of my mind, I'm like, obviously, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how that's all going to play out. And then, so to hear that it was hard even with a full team out there in Duraluminum, that'll be interesting. But even then, you're just fighting humans. You know what I'm saying? And it's just waves of the same humans. And even the big guys that they came out with have no variety, bro. They could have given these humans variety and not been breaking outside of the lore, right? Like, these big guys with the machine guns and stuff, cool. But, like, what if when I get to the end of a testing lab, there's a really big guy who was, like, fat and then got like big fat armor on and maybe like a bigger model of the machine gun, right? And he's got like 3 people around him who, as you were walking in, were just like giving him water or food or whatever, and that's how he's gotten. So he's like the big fat king boss of this area. Bro, it's still just a human, but at least it looks a little bit different and like functions slightly differently, comes at the end of a dungeon. There's none of that, dude. Not a lick of that. I am the team. Yeah, that was my response. That was my response. First time in the deep desert, and then we were getting like our face stomped in as well. We were in really bad gear. Where is this agave seed possibly even at? Do you think the scanner will find it? Up top, you think? I've only picked one of these up one time, and I don't remember what it frickin' looked like. I found it on a cliff, though, so it might be up top. There's a safe zone in Sheol, so you don't always have to leave the zone. The only outpost is there's one there. Also a shipwreck south that's safe as well. There's a trading post out here? The only outpost is one. And there's also a shipwreck south that's safe as well. This shipwreck right here. I didn't know there was a trading post out here, but I haven't shot off the locator thing. You're definitely gonna need more people though, like at least 3, I think. 1 carrier thopter, 1 on spice harvester, and 1 putting thumpers down. I've seen a lot of clips of people trying to use thumpers and then just having it not work. So I'm curious if the thumpers are bugged or what exactly is going on with that. But when it comes to spice harvesting, I've kind of got no plan to make that industrialized. So you're not wrong. We will eventually have to, like, guild up. I cannot believe we're having this hard of a time finding some agave seeds. Let's check another spot. Check another spot. Enemy outpost. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. This one right here? Is that safe? Is this safe from radiation? For real? Oh, and this is safe from radiation. I remember I was running through that and I wasn't getting irradiated. I thought it was just bugged. I didn't know that was like a feature, or I thought maybe it was like the suit I had on. That's such a good point. We could like use this as our launching point rather than fucking flying all the way out east. We can launch from here. I'm wondering if this is gonna change as well and the jasmium's gonna switch around, because there ain't nothing for jasmium. Yeah, good call though. I did that PvP ship and I knew it was safe. I just didn't even put 2 and 2 together that that's where we should be heading out from. Tell me this is it. Dude, I don't even remember what it looks like. Can we just find some of this crap? Is all this thing good for water? Ridiculous. Why would you carry a scan around if all it finds is water? Is it just the scanner I'm using? Like, what the hell is going on? It's the scanner I'm using. We'll just go ahead and drop that. It's the scanner I'm using. Oh, we found it. You sneaky agave. We found it. I think we need to find another one, though. The iodine pill lasts for 10 minutes. I think it was 10 agave. Doesn't help that it's freaking nighttime here. Come on, man. Just...
Reveal yourself.
Uh-oh.
Who's that?
Oh, he saved you, bro. He saved you. He jumped in front of the bullet. This isn't good. Never mind, we're fine. Light darts for real. We got to be coming up on daytime, right? No, we're just coming up on harvest time, water time. Damn it, it is 10 agave seeds, and I don't want to leave here until we have 10. I did want to go back to my base and harvest water, but I'm not leaving here until we have 10 freaking agave seeds so we can at least craft one of these things. Last time, when I first was running through this location, I kept running into agave, and I was like, I should be grabbing this. I was like, I don't even know what it's for. Then I found out it was for lights. And I was like, why? Oh, well, good thing I didn't grab it. I don't need it. Well, iodine pills, we need it. Classic. That is classic. And I've been carrying around a resource scanner, a hand scanner that scans for water and water only. Like, that was a good idea to put as a unique schematic. Sick. They, like, set me up for failure is what I feel like at this point in time. If we're 80 meters away from our ornithopter, we're nowhere near this agave seed. Look how far we are from this thing. What are we doing over here, man? How did we even get this far? Oh, I saw it. Did you guys see it? I think I saw it. Oh, no. That was the campfire from the people. No. False alarm. Devastated. We're like almost kissing it on the map. Did you guys see that? It's gotta be up. It's gotta be above us.
Sector weather alert.
It's gotta. Oh, we found it. So good. We're not gonna have any time to harvest water. That's alright. We got the agave seed. We can make the iodine pill. We'll have 10 minutes of extra protection inside of the radiation zone. I don't even know how much extra protection it gives. But that should allow us to fill our ornithopter up with jasmium, which should set us up really nice to fill out that 600 duraluminum that we need to craft. Or that we have to craft, because we actually need to craft 900 of it. For the minimal amount of spice that I need in order to craft the refineries that I'm going to get, I'm going to hopefully be able to mainly smash that from the spice that spawns out here inside of the Haga Basin. Because you can typically jump down on those and get a pretty decent amount of that and move on. If you're lucky too, you'll end up getting it to spawn like next to a cliff or something, so the whole thing is free. But we haven't had that happen in a while. Also, every time it's happened around my base, these guys have been swarming on it. These guys in particular. They're swarming on that spice, bro. They're all over it when it lands over here. You think it'd be worth having a harvester vehicle for the Haga Basin spice? That is such a good question. Let me take a look at this thing real quick, because I haven't even genuinely... I unlocked it. Cabin, which one actually sucks it up? Vacuum. Yield per second, 500. So yes, I do, actually. I do. I don't know how realistic it is as a solo. I don't know how realistic it is as a solo. Like, because that's a complicated ass process, right? First off, you got to hope that you have the spice field by yourself. Second off, you got to be flying around with the transport ornithopter, carrying this thing, drop it on the spice, right? Because you don't want to drive this thing out to the spice, so you drop it on the spice, and then you park your ornithopter next to it, then you jump out, and then you suck up the spice, but then you got to get out early enough to get up with the ornithopter and pick this thing up and get out of there, right? So that's like a that's a risky game that you're playing there, you know? And you only get like 500. Nope. That you actually might be onto something, because we hit up 2 Haga Basin spice nodes right at the very start of our playthrough here, and they landed right here in the safe zone. So I was able to loot up the whole thing, and in total we walked away with just over 1,000. 5,000 a trip. Are you taking... Curious. Are you taking a sand crawler out there? Sorry, that's not what it's called, is it? Are you taking a sand crawler out there? All the clips I've seen of people farming the spice in the deep desert, they basically get eaten by the worm. But I haven't watched too many, so maybe I'm only seeing the ones where people are like not having it work successfully. But I've seen people having a hard time with thumpers, and again, I don't know if that's they're placing them in the wrong spot. I don't know exactly what's going on there. 804 jasmium crystals. I need to grab my heavy darts. We need to clear our inventory and also fix my suspensor belt. You're a solo, so you just use your scout or assault. So you're actually just going down there with a sand collector. That's smart. Are you dodging worms then? So you hear a worm come up, then you get up in the sky, and then you land back down? It's really fucking smart. Is the DD working? I don't know currently right now, Brian. That's a really good question. We're going to find out here in a little bit when we jump onto our other character that's located in the deep desert. Because we're hopefully going to be able to fly around in the apex of the storm of the deep. I don't know when they kick you out or how they kick you out. A lot of questions hopefully going to get answered. Like Rain, you dodging the worms? I'm assuming you're dodging the worms while you're down there, which makes sense. Which makes sense, and that's actually probably that's got to be the best way to get spice. You just gotta, obviously, you know, you're a little worried about PvP at that point in time, but when you ride, you know, so you ride out there with what you got, and you maybe walk back with 5k sand, or you maybe don't. I only need a couple thousand more sand, so realistically, we should be able to hit that up in the Haga Basin. We are fixing our suspensor belt. Radiation suit, yes. Oh, wow, the suspensor belt bug is still happening sometimes. When you repair these, they don't always function properly. Oh, crap. There was one last thing I needed to do. How much time we got left on this? 21 hours? Perfect. There was one last thing I needed to do here. Oh, yeah. Iodine. What am I doing? Oh, nice. I got that compactor that reduces worm threat as well. That actually you reminded me I needed to look at. I needed to look at this thing here. Because we got a unique schematic for a buggy cutter ray, actually. Where is that thing and what does it do? Increased aluminum yield, albeit at a cost of heat generation. No way. Carbon and erythrite is 210. It only gets 116, though. So what? Okay, increased compared to the other MK4? Because that's shit, bro. That's actually ass, dude. Where's my cutter for MK5? Jazz, can you pick up a buggy with the transport ornithopter? Because who the hell is getting jasmium with their buggy? Friggin' maniacs. There's a guild out there carrying around their buggies with assault or with the carrier ornithopters. 116 versus what was it, like 135? So it's not that far off. If I'd have found that cutter ray earlier, and yeah, it's way more than the MK4. It does not keep up with the MK5 though. You can't carry your buggy like that? I don't know if you can or not, but that would be cool if you could pick up your buggy, carry it out there, and drop it off on the Jasmium. Yeah, I don't know. I've unlocked the carrier ornithopter, but that'll definitely be something that we put down last. Iodine pills, what am I doing? Where would that even be? This is another thing that they could have done better with is the food system, right? And they're kind of like putting themselves in a bit of a chokehold. Oh, the 25% is active, so it only takes 2 seeds. I'm gonna have to get used to that. Oh, and it gives us 5 iodine pills, each lasting 600 seconds, dude. Bro, we just got like an hour. I don't know how much extra defense this gives us here, but it's supposed to give us more, which is big. Let's go fill up on Jasmium. I'll be right back. Have we gotten the 3-hour message yet? We should be coming up close. Maybe got that 12 minutes ago. Level 116 in the bag. Journey complete, and I didn't even know it was there. Let's fly. Keep an eye out for spice. What's the max skill points you can get? For combat, it's 200. For the ones that you use on your actual skills, it's 200. For research points, I have no idea. Thousands. I thought they said that you were capped at research points as well, meaning that you wouldn't be able to research everything, but the further and more that we play, I mean, we have 84 more levels to go, which is like I think we're getting 40 points or 20 points a level. Even at 20 points a level, that's like so many. It's like 1,600 or something like that. So honestly, you might be able to unlock all of everything. All of the research, I don't know. Yeah, that is huge. It is good to know. It's good to know that if you can't unlock all of the research, it's going to be like very few of the research that you can't unlock. And also when they do like tier 7 and tier 8, that's where you might actually get chokeholded. But I'd imagine when they do tier 7 or tier 8, we're going to be looking at labs and stuff that give you... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. I'm just trying to see where all the Jasmium's at, because I don't think we're going to have to go as back and forth as much. We're definitely going to have to give Rainquake's spice harvesting method a shot. You sick bastards. Well, fuck, dude. What are these? Oh, I'm in my, I see. I see. Dude, did that kill my boost? Did that kill my 10-minute boost? That's not fair, dude. I'm in my rad suit, man.
See someone.
Asshole. It's not fair, man. I'm in my rad suit, and I don't even see radiation anymore. Did we just cheese the system? Like, I don't see it at all. We're either going to die from radiation, or we're just, like, completely clear. Who knows? We'll find out. I'll try not to die in the sludge and lose the 200 coins, but that's no big deal. Yeah, we'll see, man. We will definitely see. I was fighting those guys like I was in my full armor, though. That was dumb. I literally have no radiation showing up. The radiation levels too. Is there a way I can check and see like what status effects my guy is under? To see if see if he's even like currently under the iodine pill? I don't know. If there's not, there's just like another like blatant oversight that just blows my mind that didn't get addressed and fixed before the game came out. Like, How does this get missed by testers? Was there a timer that tells you how long your radiation pill's left? No? Okay. Well, let's put that in there. Let's put that in there then. You've had this happen and died from radiation? Oh, great. Fucking damn it. Topper, you son of a bitch. I almost want to blame that on you. You son of a bitch, Topper. That was your fault. Oh. Damn it. No, it was your fault, the timing, bro. Look, it's gone. Oh, that's what happened. I bet it's here somewhere. Maybe it's not, bro. The sledge straight up eats it. Q. Oh. So when you walk over your death box, it disappears on your mini-map. We figured that out when we were looking for another death box and then fell to our death again in the same spot, and that's how we found it. So if it's in the sledge... This shit acts weird, too. So I landed my ornithopter on this sledge once. We're already at half. Let's go ahead and break this and get the hell out of here. I landed my ornithopter in the sledge one time, and you get out on the back of the ornithopter, and this thing pinned me down in the sledge. And it's weird. It's like a weird... It's like not an actual texture. I think that's what's happening. I think your shit's falling below the map. I think it's a bug rather than a feature, and I think they're just going to leave it in there as a feature. Those guys killing me definitely reset my radiation protection. 100%. No, I was half anticipating dying to that. It's just you had to come in and just actually time out the exact moment that we were going to die. Unreal. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. Well, now we'll know. If we take the radiation pill again and there is a timer, that obviously that wasn't a oversight. That'll be good. It's 4 jasmium, so I need... Wait, how many jasmium per? I don't know, let's figure it out. We might have enough jasmium inside of the bank here to craft up the next 3 tier 5 scout ornithopters that I want to craft. So we might be able to even pull off of duraluminum. Everything got knocked by 25% as well. I got to keep that in mind, and we got to make sure to take full advantage of that throughout the week and craft up all of our Atreides base. Speaking of which, we should be able to do that fairly shortly. We have a bunch of the plus stone stuff. Honestly, we could just technically... We do just technically need to find the base. We'll plan that for some time after the Coriolis. Not even close, bro. Not even close. My rad pills should be up here, but let's take a look at the jasmium real quick. It's 3 per, so we need 3, 6, 9 just for 1. 918.27. We need 700 more. About one more inventory. All right. Where was I when I took that thing? There it is. Good. Good, good, good. You should be able to use the item from your chest. That would be big. Whoa. Oh, I took everything. I was like, this chest was empty a minute ago. What just happened? Let's fix our wings before we head back out. This scout ornithopter is really torn up. This will probably be something we use inside of the deep desert. Real willy-nilly, like, you know what I mean? Like rolling out to the middle of spice plumes. Just real not concerned whether or not we lose that thing. What was I doing? Oh, look. Oh, that's what I was looking for. There is a radiation timer. You see it? It is a radiation timer. Very nice. Very nice. Alright, let's make use of this thing and go smack out one last trip of jasmium. Let's make it a full trip here, because 300 or 2,700 jasmium is enough for... Wait. Yeah, no, that's enough for all of the duraluminum we need for the ornithopters, but we still need duraluminum for the refinery and basically everything else. Once we get that refinery down, though, we can really start going into the deep desert and getting the stuff. I need the medium refinery so I can turn the whatever stravidium frickin' fiber ore that I get from out of there into the fibers so I can actually smelt the plastinium ores. But I need like 2,500 more spice, I think. If Rain's getting 5,000 from a trip at the sandworm, trip at the deep desert spice, we might have to put our necks out after the Coriolis storm and try and knock one of those out. Realistically, I only need to find a few of them out here, though, and we should have enough to make the refinery. Is that one right there? It literally might be one right there. Is that one right there? Oh, yeah, it is. Go, 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 go. Bro, I don't ride at all. I don't wait at all, dude. I've seen some people, like, really wait until the last minute. No, no. Is that going to eat the sand, or am I going to be able to go back down and get that afterwards? He didn't even come this way, bro. Also, 10 minutes of radiation protection? My ass, dude. What's he doing? Somebody's base out here? Bro, we have a base out here. What the hell? I didn't expect to see a base out here. Yeah, I mean, like, realistically, we only need to hit... Fuck that. We are out of here! I want to go look at this guy's base, because he's a madman. Oh, no, look, he's out of the radiation zone. This is actually a really smart spot to put a base. Granted, jasmium's not the most needed material. I would argue you need way more aluminum than you need jasmium. Also, look at this thing. Like, how are you just gonna make a big box like that? That's so weird. Alright, cool. We found some spice. That's massive. $483. So you were right, Rain. It is right about 500. We almost killed that whole thing, so. Definitely big. Gonna help us. That's like 5. Oh, dude, that's more than 5 melange, bro. It only costs 75 per now. This week, we've got to literally take the most advantage of the fact that it's costing 25% less. Like, we should be able to realistically knock out a ton of stuff due to that. Spice melange going from 100 down to 75 is big. That means for every 4 that we craft, we're getting 1 extra. Also, I can't say for sure, but it really feels like the radiation protection's going down faster now that I'm out here. I haven't been timing it, though, and it does only last for 10 minutes. No, wait. 60, yes. 600 divided by 60 is 10. It's 10 minutes. It doesn't feel like it's been 10 minutes, but this is why we've put hundreds of freaking hours into this game already. You know what I'm saying? Nothing feels like it's taking as long as it actually is. What's up with the stuck on connecting server screen? Any workaround? Oh, man, dude. I don't know if there's a workaround for the issue. They're having server problems. I'll get on X here in a second. Give me 1 minute. I'll get on X here in a minute and see if they've posted any updates. Right before I jumped on and went live, they posted an update saying that the servers... They were having server problems, and they were aware of them and working on them. So right when the Coriolis storm started, the server that I play on actually went down for like 15 minutes. How long has it been down for you? So the one I'm playing on went down for like 15 minutes and then ended up booting back up. Somebody was also here at the beginning of the stream asking the same question. I'm not sure if they were able to eventually get in or not. Where's East? Where's East? Where the hell is East at? There we go. Let's go clear our radiation, and then I'm gonna check X. And we'll come back. I need to fill this thing up. We need, I think, like 700 or 800 of this. About an hour or so that it's been down. That's freaking brutal. See, mine was only down for like 15 minutes, and I just got on the other account to set that one up in the deep desert. Hopefully that account isn't kicked out and that server is still working, because that's like the whole deep desert plan. However, this tier 4 ornithopter we're basically done with on this account. So realistically we could take this out there to the deep desert just with no items on, and lose this as well. No problem. No problem. Let's see. 4 hours ago. Hey, all. We're looking into the issue with connecting to some servers. We'll keep you updated. No updates. Oh, man, dude. Crap, I didn't even think about the ramifications of that. Somebody responded, and they were like, that'd be great, because I'm stuck in the deep desert trying to leave. Bro, the Coriolis is getting ready to hit, dude. No, dude, I didn't even think about possibly being stuck out in the deep desert, or maybe not able to get your stuff out of there. Yeah. That wasn't even something that crossed my mind. Yeah, because that storm's probably in all likelihood going to eat you up along with it. I wonder if you'll be able to respawn in the new deep desert with your gear, or if you'll lose it. Because I know if you try to spawn... I know if you're in the deep desert and you try to spawn like at your base in the Haga Basin, it forces you to lose all your gear. How much longer until nighttime here? Because I'm going to need to definitely start hitting up water. Because as soon as we start crafting duraluminum, it is going to just empty our water over and over again. How many of these did I hit up, bro? I just need like a couple more ores, man. Just a couple. Just give me a couple, man. I'm already at halfway, though, bro. I don't want to risk it too much over here. This has got to be good. There we go. Oh, that was so freaking perfect, dude. There's 2 perfect rocks right there. We're going to be able to get all 3 of them. Storage is full as well. Hell yeah. Full inventory. Big. Oh, come on. That was it. That was it. There you go. A completely full inventory. We've got a full bag and a full vehicle storage. Huge! Yeah, unfortunately, it's just server problems. There really is no workaround for it. And when my server went down, it was technically my siege that went down. All the other sieges seemed to be up and functional. Mine was just gone. Gotta keep an eye out for that spice. You can see it on the minimap from pretty far distance. I don't know if I have to fly over it and notice it. Okay. All right, everybody relax. Could have been worse. We could have landed in quicksand or something. You can see the spice on your map from like a pretty far distance. So I'm just curious if I have to fly over it first. I think we got this one right here. We're gonna nail it. It's gonna be the perfect landing. Come on now. Straighten out, straighten out, straighten out, straighten out, straighten out. Perfect landing. We didn't hit the wall at all. Don't rewind it. Just believe me. $700 spice almost crafts us 10 spice melange, and that puts us at like 20, and I need 35 in order to craft the one thing. So that's actually really good, and I believe we've got more than enough duraluminum. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Plus 990 more aluminum crafting, which is going to put us at 540. It's going to put us at 550 aluminum. So technically I only need... How much duraluminum do I have? 150 at least? Oh man, dude. We might even have enough aluminum in there at this point in time to finish off our ornithopter fleet. If you just said we're going to get this ornithopter fleet or the resources for it set up before we even... Oh, and everything got knocked by 25% as well. Oh, we're so set, dude. We're so set. How much duraluminum do I have? I have 240. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we're just rolling in it. We're going to go... Here's what we're going to do. Let's kill the rest of our water. How much time? Hell yeah, it's the middle of the day, so what we're gonna do is... We're taking the buggy out, we're gonna go do another full load of aluminum. Time is it? 1:41. We should be 19 minutes away from another timed announcement. I believe we're 2 hours away from the Coriolis storm. I had anticipated the storm actually being in the next 19 minutes, but my timing was off, which actually means it wasn't a 9-hour time, and whoever was in the chat in our very first stream when the Coriolis started and they were saying it might be 11 hours, AI videos, they were correct. they were correct when they said people were saying that it's 11 hours. What I think is cool is that the Landsrad decree has already taken place. Oh, it's suspended. So this doesn't even start for another 2 hours and 17 minutes, which is exactly how much time is left until the apex. We now have an official countdown timer for the apex of the storm. 2 hours, 17 minutes, 3 seconds remaining. Beautiful. We're taking the buggy out, not the ornithopter. We're getting ready to have the... Yeah, that's actually big. That's nice. It is very nice. Especially because I keep forgetting to set up a timer. Like an on-stream timer. Yeah, these things are really beat up. After we get the ornithopter fleet set up, it will kind of like be on the buggy fleet. But I'm thinking only like 1 or 2 buggies maybe. But I don't know. We might hit a point where it's like we want to put a fleet of buggies up as well because we have this whole... We have this whole section up here. This is like the last area of this base that I have left to craft, unless I decide to do a viewing deck out this way. I don't know how far expanding out this way would actually make the base. Like, I want to get up there. That'd be a nice viewing deck. But we're getting ready to build our Atreides base as well. So realistically, the last thing I need in this base is this buggy storage here where our buggies will stay. And I basically need some sort of ramping system that is going to go down there because the base end is like right here. I can't ramp straight down. So we'll be tearing this buggy down and upgrading it eventually. It's got the MK5 laser on it, though, as well as a couple MK5 parts. This is not entirely useless. The laser is probably the best thing on it. Oh, and the storage is MK5 as well, so that's huge. Yeah, and it's official in-game. Yeah, that is great. It is really nice. It's nice I don't have to play the guessing game anymore. After this Coriolis, hopefully we get a better aluminum run on this. Because on my early access playthrough, there's so much aluminum in this very first area. I'd be filling up half of my cart already. Now I gotta drive way the hell up here before I start finding a bunch of aluminum. It's annoying. Onward. There's hardly enough aluminum up in this route right here to even fill my buggy, which is annoying. I have to actually drive a decent amount. Whereas then, like I said, on the early access playthrough, there's literally like 7 ores before you even get to this point in time, if not more than that. My laser keeps getting stuck in the ground like some sort of visual bug right there. That's the second time. If I park just right, I should be able to hit both of these. Huge. Nice. I usually have to bail on this one because they're shooting at me. Oh no, it's this one I usually have to bail on. Nice. Stupid AI fighting with each other. Do I use the death stills? No. I haven't. So, I don't know. Death stills are weird, right? The advanced death still takes 350 power, which is essentially my advanced wind generator. And it requires an hour to process one body for 100,000 water. Or does it take longer? I don't remember if it takes longer or not. From what I remember, it takes an hour for 100,000 water. And that's actually, it's crazy good. Like, don't get me wrong. That is a freaking ridiculous amount of water. Just my thing is, like, do I need that much water all of the time? No. The only time we really get held up on water is when we're crafting up mass amounts of duraluminum. And typically, it's like 1 night, 2 nights, and then we're able to finish it off. It's 1 hour and 25k. That's the regular death still. For the basic, yeah. And that's shit, bro. That's shit. I can get 25,000 water. I can get 25,000 water harvesting, like, at the poor dew harvesting time, only using, like, a fifth of the amount of dew flowers that are under my base. So it's like, that just doesn't make sense. The advanced death still gives you an amount of water that makes a little bit more sense, but it's literally only just a little bit more sense. Only just a smidge more sense. Now, when we move our main base location up here's where I'm thinking. Up in this area somewhere. Now, when we move our base location there, that's going to be an area where we don't have as many flowers to harvest. And I could always fly down to my first base at night to harvest water with, like, 5 or 6 of those 20,000 liter johns, right? But it's like, I don't know. I've freaking turned myself backwards here. It's like, am I going to use a death still even at that base? Probably not. I think instead what I would focus on is probably wind traps. and putting down the big, large wind traps. Because wind traps are passive, and it's way slower than a death still. But it's still good passive, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll at least wake up to a full thing of water as long as I have the filters in there. Or if I'm out harvesting a bunch of ores and whatnot. What are the stats on the wind things? That's such a good question. I don't know. Let me get back to the base and I'll check. I don't have any up at the base, but I'll look inside of the research tab. It should tell us there. Because that's a really good question. I don't know. The regular wind trap is really, really, really slow. So I'm guessing the large wind trap is just really, really slow. It's definitely passive. But that being said, it's decent. And the more you have, the more obviously you're going to get, right? So death traps just require so much energy, I think is the problem. If I was a guild, death traps would be a must. That's not what it's called. Death still? What the hell is it called? Doesn't matter. They would be a must if I was in a guild. Because in a guild, you know, you do need hundreds of thousands of water constantly, right? Just this little amount of aluminum and duraluminum I'm crafting wouldn't cut it. So yeah, you'd have to have death stills on death stills on death stills. I called it a death trap. It's a death still. Okay. I'm not late yet. We still have time. Let's go get our crap. See, we still didn't even get anywhere near filling our buggy, and that's just because it's a really bad aluminum route. It's ass. Let's get that aluminum smelting because it takes forever. I found out too. Check this out. Is it this one? No. It's this one. This storage was absolutely capped with this, and it's kept crafting the plastone, and then it put it into another chest. So I answered my question accidentally as to what happens if these storages fill up. And the answer is they send them on to another chest, which is massive. We're going to hit this all during the optimal time because I need to try and fill up all 100,000 of this. Yeah, Death Still is more of a guild thing. Oh, yeah, the wind trap. Death Still is more of a guild thing. The gather rate is 0.75. I don't know if that's 0.75 per second. I don't know. And I think that also has to do with what sort of filters you put in. This water gather rate is 1.75. It has an inventory slot of 5, so you'll be able to, Damn, did that just get somebody? I don't know. I'm gonna go check and see what the filters are, because the filters, I think, have to do with time more than they have to do with the amount that you get. Nope, not that. This goes into large wind traps. Yeah, this only has to do with time. So 0.75 per second. It means you'd have to wait 133,000 seconds in order to get 100,000 water. That can't be fucking right. What the hell did I do there? Every 2 seconds you get 1.5 water. So every 4 seconds you get 3 water. Whatever, bro. I'm not even gonna dick around with it. It's a long time. They're very, very, very passive. What's water used for? Literally everything. Everything takes water. Mainly it's used for crafting these ingots, but I need water to even craft things like 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 the gear that I'm wearing, for example, requires a minimal amount of water that I gotta use in order to craft it. Water is like the lifeblood of this game. Yeah, you might even be able to make the argument that water is more important than spice, but once you get into tier 6, spice is pretty damn important, so.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Coriolis will hit the apex of Arrakis in 2 hours, meaning in 2 hours we're going to be maybe like 1 hour and 45 minutes. We're going to be jumping on to the other account. 1 hour, 30 minutes. We'll see. I'm not sure. We'll play it by ear. But let's check too. Suspended for 2 hours, so it is practically dead on. I cannot wait until they put a deposit all button. This is freaking ridiculous. How that made it past development, I just will never understand. Something's happening over there. Somebody made the worm mad. There was a space wreck, or a ship crash over there. Somebody might have hit that finally. All 100,000 of this water is basically going to get immediately depleted as soon as I craft the duraluminum. Just gonna get yeeted right on out of my cisterns. Yeah, that's kind of the thing with these games. You got to be careful as well, too, because it is a time commitment, and then if you get to the end game and it's not something that you enjoy, you're probably going to feel shafted a little bit. That's why I said if I were to suggest giving a survival game that's similar to this a shot, just to maybe dip your toe into the genre, it would be Once Human. It would not be this. Maybe if you're like a hardcore Dune fan, you can get into this. And this game's fun. Don't get me wrong. I've put a stupid amount of hours into this game. But I've also got a ridiculous amount of hours into Once Human as well. It's just kind of like the way these things go. I'm a little bit more hopeful for Dune Awakening compared to Once Human, because Once Human is run by netties and they only care about freaking pushing these $200 loot box cosmetics onto people, but and they don't give a shit about their anti-cheat or whatever. So I'm more hopeful for Dune Awakening in the long term, But dude, once humans, honestly, their PvE is unmatched. I've not seen a game actually pull off as creative of a PvE. Not a survival game, anyways. Cool. We got water crafted. We only got 75,000 of it, but it's still getting ready to get cooked here. Let's get all of our aluminum crafting first. Boom. We got 300 aluminum crafting inside of that one. 276 in there. 40 still crafting there. Duraluminum for days. I'm pretty sure we have enough duraluminum to craft our second tier 5 scout ornithopter, meaning we'll be halfway done with the entirety of the fleet here. You're interested in good PvP, but the idea of a guild-based system is a turnoff? Yeah, it used to be a turnoff for me as well. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I used to not. I'm like, oh, I hear guild versus guild, and I'm like, I'm out, bro. I'm out. Especially because you get, like, into the Zergs and things like that, which is a problem. But I played Throne and Liberty, which objectively is a freaking terrible MMO. It is a terrible game. But I had a ridiculous amount of fun playing it because I was playing it in a guild. And Zergs really, they were a problem, obviously, but they weren't that big of a problem. And Dune has actually taken a few steps to prevent Zergs. And some of the steps they have taken is actually going to benefit me as a solo when it comes to trying to pick in and get some fights off. So we'll see. We'll see. That's kind of what we're building up this fleet of ornithopters for as well. So we're going to have this assault ornithopter and then 4 of these tier 5 ornithopters. And then basically we're going to be just set to go out in the desert. You know, one of these is going to have a rocket launcher and a storage. One of them is going to have a scanner and a booster and a whatever. You know, we're going to deck them out with different things in order to serve different tasks. And just so that way we've got multiple of them, so we're not really worried about going out there and losing one should we go out there and lose it. No big deal. No big deal. As a matter of fact, we can lose one 3 times over. I'm sure you get it, Genjoy. You don't go start your PKing trip with only 1 set of black dragonhide in the bank. You gotta have at least 10. At least 10 sets ready to go. Ready to go, ready to ride, because you're ready to risk it all, you're ready to lose it all. That's why I hope eventually one of these Landsrad systems puts in full loot PvP. We had the opportunity for that to get voted in for this one, which would have been crazy if on the very first week full loot got put in. But it's really hard to pass up 25% discounted crafting because it is just that good. So let's see, we got this aluminum and duraluminum crafting. We've got all of the technical resources that we need in order for the 3 extra ornithopters, aside from possibly what we're going to put on the ornithopter. Like 80 for that, 40 for that. That requires spice melange. We're not gonna fill out any rocket launchers until after we have the medium chemical refinery down, which we need 35 spice melange for. So it'll be a while before we put rocket launchers are on our ornithopter. So our very first one that we build up will probably have a scanner and then booster on it, and that'll be what we take out there to go and grab buried treasure. Oh, I'll definitely let you know how the PvP goes. Something that's nice that I think is really going to help me as a solo is the fact that they don't allow team names to be displayed aside from like a group of 4 people, I believe. So the guild size is 32, but the party size is 4. So you're only going to be able to know for a fact that 4 people are your teammates. And so if you get into a guild versus guild battle and people are mix mashing and friendly fire's on, so you could end up shooting down one of your teammates. So as a solo player, we could take advantage of that, maybe cause a little bit of some mayhem. But an organized guild is easily going to be able to counter that. Organized guild will have that countered so fast. Oh, here we go. Let's go find that. That's a spice. That's a spice. Where's she blow at? Where'd the spice blow at? Ah, it's back out in the radiation zone. It does that, bro. I swear it does that. The game be doing that, I swear. The other day, so when we first played, there was like 3 spice blows right next to my base. Then the other day, there was like a spice blow here like 3 times in a row. And I'm pretty sure the spice blow that just happened was out here. I don't see anything anywhere else, and I'm pretty sure the mushroom cloud was this way. I bet it's in the same exact spot. I don't know if it's programmed to be that way, and just every so often it spews back out of this spot. Risky, risky business. Nope, that's still cleared, bro. I was wrong. Look at this guy. Well, you thought I was gonna land there, buddy? Nice try. Nice try. Oh, look, there it is. Not the same exact spot, but close. Alright, let's dive. That worm seems to have left. That feels like it came up a little bit faster than last time. I'd imagine this is exactly what harvesting spice in the deep desert is like. Except for the fact that you're also watching out for PvP, and other people are probably attracting the worm as well, so you gotta... My paranoid ass will probably be up and down so many times. We got another worm coming down the row, it looks like. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. That means we had all day. Nice try, pal. Easiest spice field of my life. We've now got 1,000 or more. You know what I've seen clips of is people on a sand bike getting smoked by that thing falling out of the sky. What are the chances, bro? It almost seems like they set it up and set it up and stage it for the clip to be like that. But I don't think so, because without fail, every single time I've seen somebody get their bike smashed by that thing, you can see their bike blow up, and without fail, every time they run to their bike and try to get on it, dude, I'm like, bro, leave. You lost that bike. You're just asking to get eaten by the sandworm now. Their bike's fully on fire, bro, and they're still trying to get on it. I think it is a mixture of desperation and just complete and total panic, shock. If something like that happened out of nowhere, dude, I can only just imagine the amount of shock that you're dealing with at that time. That's why I'm saying it's almost like it's staged and they knew where it was gonna land and they drove there on purpose. Farming the clips. That being said, though, dude, it's entirely possible that somebody just has that terrible timing, dude. Yeah. I mean, because we were out in the deep desert and that frickin' worm spawned right next to us, and all it was doing was its route. Or the ornithopter. The other day, I was flying around in my ornithopter, and we had a worm come shooting out of the ground, and it was really close to me. It almost got me, and I was mad. I was mad because I wasn't recording. I was like, holy crap, if that would have gotten me and I wasn't recording, I'd have been devastated. All right, what are we in the process of doing? Let's go ahead and get that spice melange processing in case unless it requires water, which it probably does. Yes, it does. We can almost craft 20 of it, though. Then we'll only be 4 off. Well, since we have enough to craft the second ornithopter in the fleet, we might as well get that cooking. Oh, I don't have water. Shit. We'll hit up a full night water here. Then we'll craft the duraluminum, and then we'll try and hit up like the butt end of the night to get enough water. Because in all reality, we have enough aluminum ingots to push us to the point where we can craft 2 of the 3 ornithopters that we need, and that'll put us at 1 assault ornithopter and 3 tier 5 ornithopters, which is just, and that tier 1 ornithopter, which is just ridiculous. It's honestly more than we'll ever need. Even a 3-in-1 setup would be fine. I do want 4 of these though. 4 is kind of overkill because I can't even slap that many different things on there, but having the 4th one will kind of give us like a second backup as well as a third backup. So we'll have just like, we'll be able to go out to the deep desert and not be worried at all if we end up getting gilded down and losing our ornithopter. Exactly. The only thing we'll really have to worry about is losing our gear to the worm, which that sucks, man. Losing your gear to the worm sucks. But if we were in full loot PvP, things would be even worse. And that's what I'm advocating for. I'd prefer full loot PvP, to be honest. Maybe like a RuneScape style PvP where somehow you keep like one of your weapons or something. Like you could pin a weapon maybe rather than going off of value. I was talking about this before, how I'd like games to do more of a RuneScape style PvP. If they don't want to do full loot, do like mostly full loot. Whereas in you can choose to pin like 3 items that you would save and not lose, but everything else you're gonna lose. Just the risk versus reward is what I like. Yeah, the risk is a bit risky, but the reward is so much fun. Makes it so much more worth it. These guys, they took the biggest L I've ever seen in my life. Just a giant L. Direct shot. Damn, dude, I don't want to harvest this until it's optimal. We'll hold off. I think I just put like 2,000 or 3,000 water in those, so we might be able to go. Let's do that. Let's put in a few more. I want to get this second ornithopter crafting. That should be more than enough. Alright, we need a chassis. 4 wings, the generator, the engine. Uh-oh. We're out of cobalt paste. It's always fucking something. I'm glad we noticed it. Nice. That does actually give us a task that we need to take out. It's always the dirtiest part of the vehicle that we need to craft that we get stuck on, you know? Why? Why is it the dirtiest part of the vehicle? Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, it is. It's the cockpit. It's always the cockpit. It's just wrong. Especially what sucks with gear is like we've got this still suit here that gives us 347 armor, which is just a stupid amount of armor considering that the tier 6 still suit gives you 195 armor. So technically, the still suit I have is giving us almost 2 times the amount of armor that the tier 6 still suit gives you. That is just ridiculous. It's giving me more armor than the tier 6 light armor gives you. And it's giving me only 100 less armor than the chest plate. Now, you do have to take into consideration with the still suit you're losing out on the chest piece and the leg piece. So technically 750 armor, and what's the light at? 250 and 167. So what? 417. So technically the light armor is above this still suit as well. Not by much though. Genuinely not by much. And I can't craft this over and over and over and over again is what I was getting at. So if I die out in the deep desert to the worm or to the worm at any point in time while I'm wearing this, it's done, bro. I can't recraft it. I'm going to have to make something else. The same with this cope sidearm here. The cope sidearm is genuinely what I'm going to be sad about losing. Speaking of which, though, there is something that we unlocked a while ago that I've yet to decide to craft and test out, and it's Shaitan's tongue here, a bit of a crazy heavy weapon flamethrower that we got, where it has a higher gel capacity as well as more intense flames. I don't know, I've shied away from the heavy weapons. But that might be something crazy. So I'm thinking during the next Coriolis or after the Coriolis storm, sometime we'll end up making this and taking it out into the new deep desert, into some of the PvE inside of the new deep desert, at least. Not PvP right away. And giving it a test. Even in the PvP zone, you don't lose your gear and shit. Unless I jump out of my plane again. Like an idiot. I've seen people raiding with heavy weapons. The las cannons. Live raid a base in the deep desert. The las cannon will probably definitely be what you want to knock that out with. It's in the research. Can you not research the las cannon? 14 seconds to break a wall? That's broken. I'm assuming inside of the deep desert, people who are dropping bases, does it what kind of ammo does it require? Because this stuff requires like a ridiculous ammo, doesn't it? Like on your ornithopters, do you have to put ammo in them so they can shoot the rockets? Yeah, you need ammo in your ornithopters and in the las gun. Is it just these rockets? Not sure about. If you don't need ammo in the las cannon and it's still knocking a wall in 14 and it's some sort of like heat mechanic or whatever, right? That's a problem. That is a problem. Oh my gosh, dude. And the fact that you need a rocket for every single rocket that you shoot out of your vehicle is crazy, bro. That's so wild. Oh, it's probably time. It is time. I almost forgot. All right, yeah, we're gonna be giving that flamethrower a shot inside of the deep desert PvE after it does its reset. I'm just curious. I'm curious about the heavy weapons if they're any decent, and I wouldn't try them out otherwise. But that unique definitely has piqued my interest. I've also got a minigun that I picked up from a quest line. It's not a unique schematic. It's just a gun. we might whip that out as well and pull like a double heavy setup there. Does the Gatling gun break shields? If either the Gatling gun or the flamethrower breaks shields, then we could potentially run like a double heavy setup. Gatling gun slash flamethrower. People run out all the time while chasing. That sucks ass, dude. That sucks so bad. Is there like I'm guessing they're not guided either, bro, so you better be real careful with your aim, otherwise you're gonna be wasting rockets. So shit, dude. Yeah. I bet people run out all the time while they're chasing. That's so irritating. I don't like the fact that if somebody gets out of their ornithopter, the person who's chasing them can just smash into them with their ornithopter and kill them either. That is ridiculous. They just land on you. There's a whole science to it, like when they glide or when they have to get altitude to keep gliding. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is science to aiming the rockets. Yeah, yeah. I guess if you want to waste a shitload of duraluminum practicing it, but yeah, I guess it's better to use it to get used to it and practice rather than to go live and miss so many shots that you didn't get the kill because you ran out of rockets because you missed so many. I've heard PvP is a big chasing game right now, anyways. It'll be interesting to see how that ends up playing out. Right now, I just don't think there's enough incentive to get the guilds together fighting each other. In the deep desert I think the main problem is how big the deep desert is compared to how little players they allow out there at any given time. I've never hit a queue to get into the deep desert yet. Like I was concerned I would with a 300 player cap. I haven't hit that queue yet, but I haven't been trying to get in during peak times into the deep desert, and I don't know, man. Upping the cap to maybe like 600, I think would do it really well. Be really good for it. I don't think there's a real reason to be scared of the deep desert, especially because it's not full loot, but I can understand. A lot of people are just scared of PvP. I grew up with PvP, and I grew up with full loot PvP as well, for the most part. Like, I guess RuneScape style full loot. So that's what I prefer, man. Risk versus reward. Otherwise, it's just not as much fun. Honestly, losing resources is more irritating than losing a gear set. And this is the way I look at it. Like, losing resources is like losing progression that you're currently trying to make. Losing gear is like losing progression that you have already made with the intent of possibly losing it. So, like, I don't know. I'd prefer the script get flipped, actually, and you roll out. But then you'd have a bunch of people rolling out naked into the deep desert just to do farming. And then you wouldn't even kill them because you wouldn't get anything because they keep their resources. It would have to be resources and gear. Yeah, because if anything, losing the resources is more annoying, in my opinion, than losing gear. Alrighty, we've got some cobalt paste that we need to mine. Let's make sure all of the aluminum that we can have crafting is crafting. It is beautiful. We are out of aluminum. We have 83,000 water, which I'm going to immediately deplete. It's gone. And it's gone. No more water for us. We're going to go mine some cobalt for some cobalt paste. No, sorry. I'll never get that correct because what do you think you need for cobalt paste? Cobalt? No. You need etherite crystal. Ethereite. I call it Ethereum. It's freaking Ethereum crystal. Yep. Ethereum crystal and water makes cobalt paste. Who'da thunk it? Yep, we're going to farm that up, get the cobalt paste cooking. Let's see here real quick. 1 hour and 25 minutes remaining until the apex of the storm. We are getting closer and closer, and eventually we're going to be jumping on to our account that is inside of the deep desert. Hopefully that server's not down, and we will be able to do that. But even if it is down, we're crafting so many tier 5 ornithopters, I don't really care if we lose this thing. So we can dump all of our equipment and fly this thing out to the deep desert and give this deep desert a look-see. And we may actually just end up doing that just to be certain that we don't have any server problems since we're already on this server. Because there are people having server problems, not getting in, having a hard time getting in. So if we jump out and can't get into the new one, and then all of a sudden can't get into this one, then what are we even doing here trying to film the, you know what I'm saying? So we might end up just taking this thing out there regardless. But I will be right back. What happened, man? What, man? What'd I miss? So do people in the Haga Basin get affected by this storm? I have my upkeep running for about 15-ish days, but I'm still worried. Yeah, no, you're good. As long as your upkeep's running, you are good to go. And your taxes are paid too, correct? As long as your taxes are paid and your upkeep's running, you're good to go. So, I mean, this says unpaid, but as long as these are due in 13 days. But yeah, this is not going to do anything to any base anywhere inside of the Haga Basin. However, bases inside of the deep desert are going to be wiped off the map. You logged into RuneScape 3 to make the new magic gear, and you need 99 defense to wear it, and it's not even that good. New magic gear. Is this from like 120 crafting, that update or whatever that they came up with? You can craft all the way up to tier 99. Yeah, they came out with Masterwork Magic Gear and Starbloom Gear. Right, so I'm assuming this has to do with the crafting update. Crafting up to 99's crazy. It's gotta be worse than any of the tier... What the fuck? How's it tier 99, bro? There's only like tier 92 in the game coming out from bosses, isn't there? Or has that gone up from now? Are they pumping out tier 99 weapons from bosses and shit? They're about to push all of the combat and all of the skills to 120. Like, that's obviously what they're in the process of doing. Not even tier 99, it's tier 85. But you need 99 defense to wear it. I'm calling cap on that. Which one is it? Starbloom? There's like no way. Starbloom equipment consists of tier 85 to tier 90. Requirements to wear? Is it not telling me? Can I just point out that the RuneScape wiki, the RuneScape 3 wiki is so bad. I'm not seeing anything saying it's requiring tier 99 defense. That's not the Starbloom. Oh, here we go. I don't know how you snuck a link into here without that getting swooped. Oh shit, I see it. What the hell? 99 defense. What the hell is that? Was that on the top that I was on as well? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Why? Why would they do that? That's so wild. Nah, you're right, though. That does require 99 defense. Tier 90 and then compared to tier 92, I don't know, man. Like, for me, I'm broke as hell in RuneScape 3, so having something that I can craft, or having something craftable, which is obviously going to be cheaper, is what I would want, right? But at the same, in that same breath, it does seem very strange. It does seem very strange to have it work out at such a weird ratio like that, right? So since you can upgrade it to tier 90 technically, let's say, maybe make the requirement 90. Like, even if the requirement to craft the tier 85 is 90, that makes more sense. To have it be nothing requires 99 defense in the game. Does it? This has got to be the only piece of equipment that literally requires you to have max defense. Other than that, I thought it was 92 was the gear cap so far. Yeah, that makes no sense. Primal armor does as well. I don't know what primal armor is. The last best in slot armor I was dealing with was like malevolent and stuff like that. It's been a couple years. We've been out of the loop for a couple years, which is why I'm excited for leagues. A bit of a boosted way to experience the game. Also, I'm not great at PV. We got a spice field. We're getting so hooked up with spice, we might actually also have the ability to craft that refinery before this is all said and done. Before the Coriolis storm. I hear one. Oh, he coming. Not today, worm, not today. Maybe tomorrow, but most definitely not today. Tank magic armor, but 99 defense is lame. It definitely should not be 99. It doesn't even go up to tier 92, so 90 makes more sense to me. Whoa! Slammed into that rock. Alright, sweet. We got some spice. Perfect. Let's go get some of this, let's go get some of this other stuff to make the one stuff. So we got stuff going on. I'm also wondering how long the leagues is going to run for. I think it's typically like a month. Eight weeks? Yeah, 2 months would be sweet. I was going to say I'd prefer it to be a little bit longer, though. Just because I haven't played in so long. I know it's boosted experience rates and whatnot, but at the same time, it's like I haven't played in so long. I wanna dive in and really see what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, the learning curve. It'll be interesting. I'm most curious. I'm most curious as to how old school RuneScape players who decide to go and give it a shot are going to react. Like, what are they gonna end up thinking about the game? Because these hardcore old school RuneScape players are so difficult. It's so difficult to talk to them about RuneScape 3 without just like them being in painting it in a massive, I believe, unfair negative light. What is going on? Oh man, I love when I fat finger. I changed the button and I still ended up fat fingering that somehow. We changed it from Z to the other one and I still fat fingered it. I was going to hit Q, or I think. I know, Topper, I'm pretty sure you were the one who was like, change that, and look at that. We still doesn't matter, bro. We'll still fat finger that thing, I guess. Great. Yeah, that didn't work.
Identify yourself.
I'm gonna have to change it. Can I change it to like Control Shift QAR all at the same time? Can I multi-bind it? That way we really make sure it's not possible. Where's the other one, bro? I know there's another one. Nice try, pal. These guys have a rangefinder? Yep, I gotta start looting the snipers because I need the rangefinder for the rocket launchers. And I need at least one rocket launcher for the ornithopter, and I need a rocket launcher for the assault ornithopter. Nope. Change it to F1? Yeah, I'd still end up hitting it. I just panicked, fat-fingered it that time. That'll happen a lot less than it did with Z, so I'm not really that worried about it. No, just wasn't enough. It was so close. Grab the wall. Wow. I'm telling you, that's just another one of those things where I'm like, did anybody test this game? Did anybody give feedback to the developers when they were testing this game? Did the developers just not listen to the feedback? Did nobody point... It's like very simple things. A deposit all button when you have 4 liter-gens of water and you're trying to deposit it into your circuit. I mean, a deposit all button is not that much to ask for. It's a very simple thing, and it should have been called out right away by people like, hey, I'm sick of hitting the deposit button 150 times when I'm depositing. Why don't we, you know, slap this into the code real quick? Surely it's easy. I don't think people were paying attention when they tested this game, bro. I feel like this is something that happens with a lot of games nowadays, and it's kind of frustrating. It's happening with Ashes of Creation. I was just thinking about this. So games do this this testing period of public testing, where it's private testing, but it's using the public to privately test the game. And a lot of the times, people only sign up for this private testing because they want to get their hands on the game early. And a lot of the times, it's because they're some form of content creator trying to, you know, get ahead of the guys, get the ins and outs of the games early, you know what I'm saying? So these people aren't here trying to make the game better, bro. They're trying to learn the ins and outs of the game so they can cover the game better. Right? So, I don't know, man. It's weird. And Ashes of Creation I'm worried about because... What the fuck just hit me? Dude, I'm dead. I don't have any Oh, I do. Oh, literally last second on that heal there. Nah, that's why I'm worried about Ashes of Creation, bros, because that game's been in development for so long, and there's been, and granted, people paid to get access to that game, but in the same breath, dude, it's by the time that game comes out, it's supposed to be an MMO, which is like the most fun time you're gonna have playing an MMO is the first time you're playing an MMO, when you're playing with that like sense of discovery, right? You don't know what's going on. The game's gonna be so discovered at that point in time and broken down to such a state where like they min-max the fun out of it, and a lot of it has to do with these early access testers that have a... Oh, bro, I'd have paid $70 for an... That's nothing, dude. There's people paid like $200 for an early access key. $70 ain't shit, dude. I'd have paid $70 for early access, but it's just... I've got a lot of other stuff going on right now. I don't want to full send it. I was covering Ashes of Creation like 3 freaking years ago, and I was really excited about the game, and I still am really excited about Ashes of Creation. I just backed off of covering it because it's 4 years from release, and I don't feel like full diving into an MMO and covering it like I've been covering, say, Dune Awakening for the past month, when the game's not going to be out for 4 years. That's just freaking insanity. And the same thing kind of goes with like the testing, bro. So if I was going to be testing it, I'd obviously want to... I'm not faulting the people who jump into early testing to make content on it. Duh, that makes sense. I would do the same thing, dude. Yeah. I'm just saying it definitely like hurts the game when the sense of like shit like deposit all button slips through the cracks because nobody's reporting it to the developers. Just the min-max. The fun's going to be min-maxed out of the game. The discovery is going to be min-maxed out of it. And like I said, this is less of the way MMOs are developed, and this is more of This is more of just the way we've grown up, our generation, the generations in the same area together playing RuneScape and whatnot, and other MMOs. You're just never gonna have as much fun as you had when you played RuneScape for the first time because you're never ever. We got the Coriolis hitting in 60 minutes. You're just never ever gonna play games the same way you used to before. And I know this for a fact because my son, who is 7, is playing RuneScape 3, and he's playing it and doing things that remind me of when I used to play old school RuneScape back when I was right around his age. He's having fun doing quests, you know. I used to have fun, and I would spend hours fishing lobsters. I'd fish up 1,000 lobsters, and then I would hit up my buddy, my IRL friend. I'd be like, yo, get your brother online because I've got 1,000 lobsters to sell him. And he would pick up the 1,000 lobsters from me for like 100,000 gold, and he would sell them for 120. So it's like, I'm having fun fishing lobsters. You think I'd have fun fishing lobsters nowadays? Not for 1 second would I have fun fishing a lobster nowadays. I used to do that. Are we noticing these lightning strikes? It's dark as shit, dude. I can't see anything. Am I in a sandstorm? The Coriolis storm has picked up. Lightning strikes are hitting. I can no longer see when I'm flying around. I think we are in for 60 seconds of mayhem. Fun and quests, pick one. I couldn't agree. Exactly. Granted, I only ever had fun questing on RuneScape on my very first account. My very first account was a quester. And I had fun playing and doing quests on that account. After I had to do quests for the second time, I no longer had fun. And then we're building PKers and I'm doing quests 10 times, and I'm most definitely having 0 fun. Damn, we missed a whole water harvest here. Let's see if I can get down there and get enough for me to drink, because we are out of drink, bro. Also, 60 seconds here. This storm is or 60 minutes here. This storm has gotten thick, bro. There's lightning zapping all over the place. I was gonna say it's about to be a poor dew harvesting time. So, all right, we'll get as much as we can. It's gonna go from poor to worse real quick too. Dude, it's nasty out here right now, man. It's really nasty out here. I'm thinking we're just going to ride on this account into the deep desert, too, because really, there's no reason to jump onto the other one when I've got tier 5 ornithopters that are getting ready to replace this one. You know what I'm saying? No reason to risk getting booted out from the servers and not even being able to experience our first Coriolis storm. That lightning took me off guard, and I'm glad that we managed to make it back to the base. Please find a safe location to log out. The server will be restarted in 27 minutes. So the apex of the Coriolis storm is going to be happening while the server restarts. So we've actually got 30 minutes here. It's telling me to find a safe place to log out. You want to know what I say to that? Absolutely not. I'm going to go fly around the deep desert for 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and dump our gear. There's going to be a full dump here, so I might have to craft another chest because I don't want to, like, resort through this shit later. There's no deposit all button. How does it slip through the cracks? Oh, maybe I want to dump all of my gear off into my chest all at once. Do we have a deposit all button? No? Oh, okay. Well, code that shit in. And it's also entirely possible. I do keep blaming the testers and stuff. That's not entirely fair. It is possible. It's entirely possible, with especially with how many people were seemingly a part of the tests, that they did mention this stuff. And just nothing happened, right? That's absolutely possible. All right, just making sure here. The server restart notification is finally running. This would have been nice the night that we got disconnected in the deep desert and couldn't afford to lose our ornithopter. Okay, it's got a good inventory here. Let's heal up. I need to pull my welder out and repair it. We need the welder to repair it. Oh, and I need the welder also because I want to take off the storage. Oh, right. Fair enough. I do need a power pack. That does make sense, yeah. I'm tracking with you on that. The storm has been pushed back 24 hours according to the official Discord. Oh, no way. I swear to fucking God, dude, I hate games that put this shit on their Discord, dude. I really genuinely do. It better be on X as well. Dead ass, like, I just don't understand why games push announcements to their Discord first. It's the stupidest thing. Nell's good call, though. We'll definitely have to keep an eye out for that. We've got 30 minutes until a restart, and the Coriolis storm is... It's happening, bro. Like, it's happening, dude. You know what I'm saying? So they might push the effects back 24 hours, but it's happening. Or maybe we won't hit the apex and instead the server will just restart. I'm a little bit off track, though, here. We've got everything cleared. I needed the power pack so I could take this stuff off, and then we'll repair it. Repair the wings, and then we'll get out to the deep desert. I think the storage tier 4 is the highest storage that we can have in this scanner. There's only one tier of this scanner as far as I can tell. So, yeah, I definitely don't want to take those out there. Boom, boom. Give these one last repair while we say goodbye to this ornithopter. From the Discord, our engineers are working with our partners to restore services to players in North America and Oceania, the regions that seem the most affected. You may experience... See, we've had a few people pop in. We've had a few people... I got like a spider or something crawling on me. Oh, it's a piece of string from my shorts. We've had people popping in the stream all night saying that they haven't been able to disconnect. Oh. No, that totally makes sense, Topper. And we were actually just talking about... I mean, it's really not the biggest deal in the world. I'm still going to fly out to the deep desert, because this Coriolis storm is happening right now. This does seem like this is what leads into the pinnacle of it, the apex of it. But let's go check out the deep desert and see if this is what it looks like. Please find a safe location to log out. We'll make sure we'll get in a safe spot in the deep desert before this thing all kicks off.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That makes total sense. We were just talking about how one of the first comments on that X post they mentioned with the servers being down was the fact that they were stuck in the deep desert. So that's good on them. That's good on them, actually, because they were probably going to piss a lot of people off, bro, if they were going to get their stuff wiped, especially if they had all their shit in the deep desert. You know what I mean? There's probably some guilds who had all of their stuff out here. What even is Landsrat? I'm a new solo player that just got his buggy, and and this just feels so overwhelming. Landsrat is a bit overwhelming. I didn't even join the Landsrat until it was already completed. But it is essentially a weekly competition. Whoa, we just almost got struck by lightning. It's essentially a weekly competition between the two factions, the Atreides faction and the Harkonnen faction. These are made up from players, obviously, and guilds that face off against different challenges. I can't show you examples of the challenges because they're all blacked out right now. But they basically... We should be running into a wall soon. Did they get rid of the wall? They basically are like different challenges, like deliver X amount of buggies, or dude, did they get rid of the wall? I can't even go out to the deep desert. Oh no, there it is. I mean, surely we got to be flying up on it, right? Oh, there it is. Good. It's not the biggest of deals, but you can get some really good rewards out of some of the challenges that come out of the Landsrat. So you're better off joining a guild and a faction sooner rather than later. Even as a solo player, I'm a solo player and I'm in a solo guild. But because I built a solo guild and then aligned that guild with Atreides, that meant I was able to partake in the benefits from this week's Landsrat. Do I need to be in a guild to order to progress them, or can I just join a faction and progress it solo? I think that you need to be in a guild, but it's 1,000 Solari, and you can build your own guild. You can make your own guild. It's 1,000 Solari. Something else. I think there was another requirement. You hit the O button, and you'll be able to make your own guild. It's super easy to make a guild, a solo guild. Nobody else can just join it at random. It's just you. All right. See, I'm glad we didn't plan on jumping off of this character. I'm wondering if the deep desert may be still going to get wiped. I mean, it can't get wiped, actually. So, no, we should be good. Looks like the storm's going off out here as well. But I'm guessing this isn't the apex of the storm. You know? If I had to guess, this is the baby apex. This is the lead into the apex of the storm. And that this lightning that's going off will just intensify as you lead into the apex. We'll find out tomorrow. We'll do the same thing tomorrow. I have got the same plan. So we'll do the same thing tomorrow, where we spend a lot of time inside of the Haga Basin and then fly out here to sacrifice our ornithopter. But we'll ride this 17 minutes out to see if this gets any worse. But yeah, the Landsrat is definitely something you want to get in on earlier rather than later, especially for the rewards. And not only the rewards from the tiles, but the rewards from the decree. So you can see a decree was issued where comb production contracts, a new decree has been issued. Where is it? View decree. 25% reduced crafting costs, which is for everything across the board that I've noticed so far. So this is a big week. We got to take advantage of this week right here and build out a lot of stuff. Man, is that lightning chasing me, bro? Feels like it's chasing me. I'm pretty sure you have to be in a guild, though. But right now, to solo guild is fine. I'm not 100% on that either, though. I think so, because your guild has to be, like, actually... I forget what they called, but, like, attributed to that specific faction. I had to, like, make it to where my guild, only people could be in my guild who are a part of the Atreides faction. I forget what it was called. They had a word for it. Man, the higher you are, the more you can see, but you get low and you cannot see anything. Like, I could go up above this and actually start to see what's going on. I don't want to go too far out. Since this isn't going to reset, I'm going to have to fly back. Yeah, the winds are, yeah. I'm not sure if it's just, hold on, in North America. So it's just in North America. I thought they were going to do, I thought it was North America and Oceania. They're not going to fix Oceania. They're just going to let the Oceania servers ride, huh? And if you're playing on a North American server, the wipe's not happening today. They've had server connection issues that have possibly left people and all of their stuff stranded in the deep desert, so they're postponing it for 24 hours. But if you're in like a Europe server or something like that, I'm pretty sure you're still getting ready to wipe. You think this lightning can hit us? It looks like it's trying, but I kind of think that it's just spawning in around us so that we see it. Yeah, I think that's just like a visual thing where it spawns within X radius of you so you can see it. Man, you get low and you just can't see anything anymore. Whoa! I did not know I was that low to the ground. Yeah, so that's a bit of a bummer. I'm not sure if this is the apex of the storm. I'd imagine not. I'd imagine it's going to get a little bit thicker than this. We'll figure out tomorrow. We'll be running a live stream tomorrow trying to ride out the Coriolis as well. Tomorrow also, we're probably going to have gathered enough spice in order to have crafted enough melange, in order to have crafted the medium level chemical refinery, which means we're finally going to be able to start to craft the plastinium ingots. So, I ought to check my base out here and just make sure, huh? This is not my base. I just wanted to come see if I could steal this guy's stuff. We'll finally be able to start crafting plastinium ingots tomorrow, so chances are a lot of the grinding in the stream is going to be spent out here inside of the deep desert. I do want to run some PvE out here with the Cope pistol as well as the armor that we have. Because the first time we came into the deep desert to run some PvP, we got our face shoved into the ground. But now we've got actual armor, we've got actual weapons, we should be able to more realistically knock out the PvP out here. What's wild is the apex of the... It's still saying that the apex is coming in. They're shutting the servers down 30 minutes early, though, to prevent it, I'm assuming. I mean, none of it's worthless, but none of it's really worth anything. I'll actually take these fuel cells and that MK5 and these as well. We'll disassemble them. Well, Base, I thought I'd be saying goodbye to you, but it looks like they're gonna let you survive one more day. We'll see you tomorrow, at which point you will be gone forever. Yep, just in case for some reason this deep desert does wipe, it doesn't look like this storm's gonna get any worse tonight. It looks like we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow to see if this thing actually picks up in intensity at all. It doesn't look like it does for at least the first 30 minutes, but they might have shut this thing down trying to just prevent any sort of like weirdness from happening. So we're gonna go back to our base here, make sure we're in an actual spot where we're gonna be all right. That's good, because I'd imagine a lot of people would have actually quit the game. Like, genuinely, I think people would have quit if they had not been able to log on and get their stuff. And they lost too much. And I'm pretty sure the game's already having a hard time keeping people once they get into the end game loop. Again, I'm kind of speaking from a place where I haven't quite fully ran the end game loop, so I don't exactly know what sort of problems are stemming. Wow. I don't know exactly what sort of problems are stemming from it. Man, from the ground it looks absolutely terrible. You just get a little bit in the sky though and you'll get over it. Ugh. The end game loop from a solo's perspective compared to a guild's perspective are two different things as well. And that could be good or bad. You know, like as a solo, you might be like, oh, the end game loop works for me. But then like as a guild, the end game loop just isn't it, and vice versa. We'll eventually be jumping into a guild and giving that a shot. Because I had so much fun in the Throne and Liberty Guild versus Guild gameplay. I would like to see what sort of strategies can be come up with to implement, especially in all of the Zerg, anti-Zerg methods that they have. Well, we didn't get the Coriolis storm, but we can at least get this. 6 minutes left? Do you think we have time? Oh, we don't, because the cobalt paste needs to craft, and that's going to take for frickin' ever. Well, we're going to have enough materials to craft our second MK5 Ornithopter, and then the third is actually right behind it. So that freaking cobalt, it is... And what's killing me, dude, is the craft times on some of these things is absolutely ridiculous. Like the cobalt paste is pretty slow. What really kills me is aluminum. Aluminum is so slow. Do I have any ingots crafting? I'd be surprised if I don't. Yeah. Oh my gosh, look how slow that is. Insane. And then you move up to duraluminum. Duraluminum crafts fast, dude. Fast as hell. You zoom through duraluminum. Get another chemical station? Yeah, you're right. I'd be slacking. I got one chemical station, but I finally was like, we got to get as many ore refineries down as possible because the aluminum is taking forever. Do you find harvesting spice is much harder being solo? You see guilds with 3 carry-alls and harvesters. You feel so jealous. I don't know. See, I see a lot of clips out there of guilds having a hard time harvesting the big spice in the deep desert, mainly because the thumpers are a bit finicky, and if you don't place them in the right spot, they don't work properly. So it's like yes and no. And then we also had Rain in here earlier. God, I hope I'm right on the name. Yeah, we had Rain in here earlier talking about his method of gathering the spice inside of the deep desert. And what he does is he'll roll out with his ornithopter, drop down, smack it with the compactor a few times, pick it up. Or worm starts coming, obviously, you get up in the air, and then you just rinse and repeat that. You know what I mean? You just rinse and repeat that until you're ready to leave. And he said he was getting about 5,000 per successful trip. So that's a decent amount right there. 5,000 would be able to craft me just about nearly 2 of the medium ore refineries. So, and we need these medium ore refineries so we can start moving on into tier 6. So tomorrow we're probably going to be spending a lot of time in the deep desert while we wait for this Coriolis storm to take place here. But yeah, that's a bit of a bummer that the last 30 minutes of the night they decide to not run the Coriolis effect. But it does make perfect sense because we had a few people stop by in the chat tonight like, yo, how are you even on the server right now? And I don't know, I guess we just got lucky. Dewgap and the server I'm on got booted off really, really early in the night, but then came back up almost immediately, and I haven't had any problems since. So, yeah, I think we're going to be implementing Rain's method when it comes to harvesting spice from the deep desert, but that's dangerous because you're basically asking to get thrown into some PvP, and I'm not sure exactly what that looks like yet. Now that people are running around with ornithopters with rocket launchers and stuff. Like, what's faster? The assault ornithopter or my tier 5 scout ornithopter? The scout... The warning just went away. Yeah, the scout's faster. So technically, isn't the assault ornithopter at a disadvantage in almost all situations? Like, why would you ride an assault ornithopter? Because if it was a 1v1 assault ornithopter versus scout ornithopter, and this thing is faster, this can get up in the air above that, have an easier... this is a bigger target, so it's going to have an easier time landing rockets. It would make sense to have, like, the carrier be something that you would need to defend, but this is the assault ornithopter. So I don't know if this should be faster, but maybe the firepower that you can put on to this thing needs to be able to outpower the speed that this thing has. Does that make sense? Starspace, you just saw a vid on it. There's a guy that has a maxed out scout and solo mines the spice that way. Just run from them. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. A maxed out scout, and you probably can run from them easily. Even on this scout ornithopter compared to the tier 4, we're looking at like a 20-mile-per-hour difference. This thing glides at 172, and that tier 4 caps out at 172 diving. Assault is so basically for defense when you think someone is going to attack. That actually makes a little bit of sense because I'm assuming this is a bit beefier than the scout ornithopter. So if you were moving around a transport ornithopter, you probably would want to have like a couple of these and a few of these, like you said, running formation to defend it. Which is why we're probably going to eventually kick into the guild gameplay around here because that's when things get really crazy, really creative, and really fun. That's what I learned playing Throne and Liberties. That's guild versus guild combat is way more fun than I ever thought it would be. So we'll for sure eventually be jumping into that. Eventually. But we're 27 seconds from the server being booted here. Unfortunately, we will be coming back tomorrow where we're going to be flying out in the deep desert during the apex of the storm. Didn't work out tonight, but that's fine. We'll be here tomorrow. Appreciate everybody stopping by. We're going to end the stream here. It has been a wild week streaming and playing Dune Awakening, a wild month. I appreciate you guys. The sport has been wild. Topper over on Twitch. We've had Twitch actually do really well for us, but then YouTube is still killing it. We got Joy over on Twitch as well. Like I said, Twitch has been absolutely killing it in Dune Awakening, but YouTube as well. I appreciate all you guys stopping by. I will see you tomorrow when we're riding out this apex of the storm. But yeah, we're going to end it here. I hope you guys all have an amazing night. I'm out.